you saw
was.
Spears come in.
Well, well, I guess I could ask Spears for like advice on all
Yeah.
the hacking stuff.
Yeah. So you see Spears walk in and kind of walk up to be like, yo, help. Please. And he kind of looks at you and he goes, you want to do this at 2 a.m.?
I mean, it seems like as good a time as any. I'm sort of a night owl. Here we are again.
Hi, everyone.
Ooh.
Ah! We're
Hello.
back with session 24, nice and early. And you're thinking, oh no, will they stop 2 hours earlier at like scheduled time?
I wasn't
No,
thinking
you're
that.
wrong. We're going from 6:40, it seems, to 10:30. It seems. So we're here for a whole like 3.5-ish hours, 4 hours, depends what math
Yay!
you do. We have a big, 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 big session tonight. I'm so excited for everyone tuning in. I know we got some friends watching as they told me they'd be tuning in. I'm very happy that you all are here along with any other
Hooray!
viewers. So, since this is the big session, the big, I'm going to do the recap. So let's
Oh,
get into it, folks. So we're going to recap quite a lot. Like any good TV show, it recaps the important parts. Carrying on. So, as our recap, at the beginning of the campaign, you all were originally in Base 3 prison for many a year, like 5 or so, depending on each of your backgrounds. Then you were advised that your whole cell block and kind of the whole prison, to your knowledge, was going to be used for some sort of experimenting, testing, selection kind of thing. Upon that testing, you went through some trials, and then ultimately at night, Silith, your roommate, known as Kipper at the time, drugged you and escaped in the midst of these, somehow surviving the night due to teamwork. Everyone's cellmates, Spears, Connor, Wade, and even Shithead, all while experiencing some shared dreams, survived. Then you all met some folks, did an interview, and were selected to be assigned to Base 2. Tasha, the resident cell block leader, was also transported with you all to Base 2, but it was determined, or at least inferred, he would be going to Team 18. You all then met Major Elara, Commander Rylan Quantum, your new bosses, one could say. Quickly, you were given uniforms, split into Squad A, Squad B, where Stalkeen was chosen to be the team's lead. A small press conference later, where you all learned about your public personas that you were given, seeing how well you could actually lie and live up to that persona. All while going through all of this in classes day to day. Lyric, you started to build a bond with Elara. One could say it could be romantic, but slowly moving, at least in our land, because you guys only really knew each other for 10 days. But after the press conference, you all were assigned your first mission in Greasor to solve a string of murders and find some missing women. After taking a small detour in Berry Valley for a night of fun, you all arrive finally in Greasor. After interviewing, meeting the families, and going out to the crime scene, experiencing more dreams and nightmares, even including the death of Major Elara, Omelet. Once bringing this event to Elara, saying, hey, girl, you died yesterday. Ultimately, those major discussions ended in surrounding if you guys really did trust her and ultimately dividing the team instead of being a full working unit. Investigating the science building, you all discovered there were some tests surrounding some talking mushrooms where you all saw Ilara kind of finally snap at some point and point a gun at a woman. Ultimately, the interviewee was arrested due to what was found in some documents showing illegal activity between the city council and the science building, trespassing. Leading to last session, where you all interviewed the DA of Greasor, seemingly a pretty guilty and terrible guy since he stalks women. You all leave, finishing that interview up or interrogation around 4 p.m., where you walk into a meeting room and you see Commander Ryland standing there. waiting for you all. So let's jump into that meeting room. If I could find it, there it is. There we go. I totally lost it for a split second because I was in a different folder.
Oof.
So as the door opens, Elara kind of almost jumps back as you all kind of shuffle in and hoard it around the double door entrance to the left. She pauses and she goes, "What are you doing here?" She asks, kind of shocked. RQ walks up and just kind of grabs her face, moving it in different directions, going, "Yeah, I was right. I was instructed by Lieutenant Colonel Benetine to get your team back to Base 2 to finish their training. While you stay here, finish up anything you need to do before leaving, and then you will immediately report to him. He wants you back tomorrow evening." You see Alara pause, and almost immediately, you all can kind of look at her. She's not that short or anything. Sanchi, you might have to look up a little bit. You can tell the wheels are turning in her head as she's debating what the best course of action is. And then she finally states, after a long pause, "Understood, Commander. You're free to take them. I will head out tomorrow morning. I just need to write my report, and then I will hand it off to the team stationed here to finish everything else." RQ nods and looks at all of you and says, "Let's go," as he walks and kind of shuffles through you all, closing the door behind him. What do you all do?
Can we investigate or perceive maybe what he's looking at when he looks at her face? Is he
Yeah.
staring her in the eyes?
Yeah, you can do it. Roll any checks you want. You know
See.
he's looking at her face.
I would like to insight, especially related to Kalishtar related stuff.
What are you inciting? Like who? What? 'Cause he didn't say anything about Kalishtar.
No, like trying to both read his face on what he would be checking on her. So like kind of back and forth between the two.
You've also done
Yeah.
your book club reading at this point, right?
I have. But...
So, maybe a little insight there too.
Well,
all right.
maybe in the car.
So you then, Silith, you notice immediately he's looking at her eyes, but then also for whatever reason looking at her ears, but mostly at her eyes. And Lyric, you know, or what are you inciting?
I'm inciting, like, is she putting on the best mask she's had all day?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, she is. And Sakin, what are you perceiving? You had
I
gone...
am.
Oh, there you are.
My bad. I guess I want to. Well, really, it was also the same thing Sanchi was
Okay.
looking at.
Yeah, so you can definitely see that he was looking at her face and definitely like at her eyes.
I see.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Well,
So, what's going to happen now?
I guess gather our stuff and head back. Someone else
But
will probably take over.
So we're not going to get to knock that guy out? Are you for real?
I don't think you'd put up much of a fight, and we have enough evidence to at least get him arrested.
Plus, wouldn't you
but
think
like,
that it would cause a little more of a issue? Kieran?
I just don't think. Well, I just don't think it's fair that. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Never mind.
Well, we are in the military now. We can't exactly exact street justice.
In
Yeah, but
fairness,
it's not fair that the other prisoners get to have their fun once he gets in there.
I mean,
Oh wait,
That
is he gonna
that
get
is
killed for it?
that is prison's job. They will exact their own punishment. No one likes a wife beater. Come on now.
Yeah. He'll get what's coming to him.
that has not always been the case. No, wouldn't count on
Tasha's
it.
an exception.
Um,
I mean, Tasha got sent to Team 18, and who knows what the hell's going on over there.
I'm saying that I've killed plenty of good people in my line of work, so don't count on karma.
What's karma?
Uh,
It sounds like something I should know.
it's the idea you do bad things and bad things happen to you. You do good things and good things happen to you. That can be immediate or more traditionally, it's over many lifetimes. So if a past version of yourself really fucked up, maybe this life sucks for you.
Oh, well.
Strictly an
Let's hope
idea.
that's not true, or this is gonna all suck out of character. Ah! Ah! Anyways, right back in character. Uh, but yeah, that would not be good if karma is a thing. I have a feeling a lot of not so great things would be coming my way for the rest of my life.
Sometimes it takes multiple lives to happen, so it's just a belief people have.
That sure is convenient. Some guy you know nothing about who was quote unquote your past life did something wrong, and here you are suffering for it.
Well, more so, I believe people want to believe good things will happen to good thing and bad things will happen to bad people.
People can
Like-
want to believe all they want.
It just makes for a nice story, something to believe in.
Oh,
Anyway,
for
Exactly.
sure.
It
Fair
makes
enough.
it a little peaceful, more peaceful to live your life.
Yeah, it sure keeps
But
you
it
from
sounds
They're
doing
like a
not
lot,
doing
though.
anything wrong to anyone. Why call attention to it?
Yeah, why
Fair
do
enough.
anything about someone who's doing something wrong when karma will take care of it?
something like that.
We got really existential real quick.
Well, if karma doesn't do anything about it, then we can. Or I'll do it. You
That's
guys
what I'm
look the
getting
other
at.
way sometimes.
Right now, it sounds like we're supposed to be getting our things and leaving. So, just keep an eye on the news
Yeah.
to see what needs to be done, I guess.
Yep. And I hop along to my room.
Likewise, to go gather my things.
Yeah.
All right. And as you all open the door, you see RQ still just kind of standing there waiting. And he's like, I'll meet you down in the garage. As he walks out
Yes, sir.
and towards the garage.
Why does he do
you-
that every time?
Did y'all hear that one guy?
Payback! Payback for us listening in.
Oh, he
You
did
know,
that
he's
to us
all
when we got to the
listening.
base. He did that when he got to the base. I was like, you guys go on ahead, I'll meet up. And then as soon as I walk out the door, he's just there with you guys like, why do you do this? Just stay in the room.
He was testing us. How long did it take for us to actually follow orders? Come on now. I imagine he does have like a little time watch, like really, or is just looking at his actual watch.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna
God.
kick their asses so bad later.
Oh my god.
These ass.
These fools, they're not efficient enough.
No wonder she lost her shit.
So, did we have a suitcase when we brought our stuff over?
I actually
or,
didn't bring anything.
Like, what all did we bring?
You guys didn't bring much. She pretty much just said pack up your uniforms, I believe, or things were already packed for you all. So
I think he
Yeah.
said things were already packed for
Yeah.
us. I didn't know
Yeah.
if we had a suitcase or anything.
yeah, no, it was just all your guys' like personal stuff and uniforms.
And just things we would have bought when we went to that other town.
Yeah. True. So you got everything packed up, and then you all meet him down there.
Yep, I will make
Yeah.
a side note that the two other drawings I did, I have stuffed inside my loot.
Good. Good.
Good.
Good,
So-
good.
You all get in the car and you notice he goes up front and he sits down. And is anyone gonna try to open the door in the front?
If Saki won't, I will.
I was gonna say, does Stucky want to provoke him? Probably not today. He doesn't want to deal with it.
So Lyric or not Lyric, fucking Silith, you go and freaking grab the door and you notice it's locked and you just see him like put a thumb to the back like no.
Alright.
Damn.
I will give a slight nod and then get to the back, I guess.
Yep, so all four of you are now in the back of the car. The car. And
Dicker.
with that, what do you all want to talk about or do while in said car?
I'll be reading the book.
Mm-hmm.
Lyric
fair.
will pull out his tablet and start searching
words.
some stuff up. Well, kinda, a little bit. He's gonna be doing a little bit of that and a little bit of looking for something for the future.
Uh-huh.
Stakeen.
Stakeen is gonna first look at Sileth's book and goes, "Is that for book club?"
Yes, Sanchi said it was a special copy. A lot more interesting than I expected.
Yeah, they
It
have
doesn't
those
look
notes are good.
like that's not of owls and
Oh, I'm
mice.
assuming it is inside a copy of it, like a book inside a book.
Yeah, there's
or like
a fake
pamphlet
cover on the
inside of
front.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But are you sitting next to Silo?
No,
Nope.
no, no.
Yep. I was just peering over. Like, what's she
Yeah, no,
reading?
he's just making conversation, weirdly enough.
Oh, for once you want to.
Yeah, no,
That's all talk.
he's asking. He's genuinely curious, and now he's just like, okay, what's it about?
Here, she'll flip to the last page of the report in there and hand it over. It's pretty interesting. I'd say this chapter, specifically. Yeah. Who knew owls and mice had a difficult relationship? I mean, besides the whole
Everybody?
predator prey.
Don't owls
Yes,
eat mice?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. Just
I haven't
take a
found
look.
one for you, Sanchi.
Okay. I didn't really want to read of owls and mice, but I guess.
It's a very interesting little summary there, or last part of the chapter.
Last
Okay.
page.
Yeah.
Page. Where can I find said?
I just sent it to you.
Okay, you just sent the last page to me.
Oh no, I sent you the document.
Okay.
You're
can
more
just read
than
the
welcome
last
to
page.
flip
Yeah, just
back
look at
if
the
you
last
want.
page.
If you
Yeah,
read
you
the
just
last
go
Honestly,
page,
we're not doing that.
yeah, if you wanted to read the last, if Stockeen reads the last page is like, oh, and flips, back, that's on him.
So
Yep.
closing remarks.
No, the
No.
one before that.
For that. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just making sure because that's the literal last page.
Yeah. True.
Okay.
That'd be so funny. But anyways, yeah, you can go ahead and read that real quick and maybe talk about it. Sanchi, what are you doing while they're sharing books?
Kicking my feet.
Okay.
Aw.
Sounds great.
That sounds adorable.
It's being all kinds of cozy. So, but yeah, you guys could talk about that last page if you want, or maybe the rest of the pages. Who knows?
While he's doing that, I'll pull out the tablet. Has there been a new news story?
There has.
I say that because I already have it up.
There you go.
I
And you
checked the
already
link,
know.
so I will go ahead and read that.
Yeah.
Before you read that, Lyric's gonna mind link with you. What language were you using? I tried to look it up earlier. I'm trying to look it up, but now I'm confused about what a Susi Baka is.
Oh, Susie Baka! Abyssal.
Abyssal?
Abyssal.
That sounds way too pretty of a language to be abyssal, but okay. Then he stops the mind link and looks down and keeps looking.
And she'll say out loud how, or in the mind link, how it's spelled. So S-U umlaut Strauss up.
What? Yeah, loud said what?
And she'll take it and she'll type it in, and then hand it back.
Thank you. Then he looks down.
And it
And now
translates
he's
to
great.
either sweet or cute.
And now Lyric is a great.
Oh, how cute.
Or sweet.
Oh, adorable. All right. So, Stocky Keen, how's your reading going?
Slow reader.
All right, great.
I'm not even kidding.
You're fine.
Incidentally,
You're
this
good.
is
I was
not
gonna say,
up for.
Stocking, isn't your lowest stat intelligence too?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought me and you were same. Well, not. You're not quite.
No,
there.
no. Stockin's lowest stats are wisdom and charisma.
Oh.
You're thinking Lugnut.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, how dare you?
Wow.
These
wonder
two
why
are not the same.
They decided to interview the child. Okay.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
The Brahm Wind Whisper kid.
Why don't we
they-
interview him?
Because it sounds like they're trying to pin it on him.
That's bullshit.
Nothing super of interest. They just, oh yeah, he's cold and heartless seeming and could be a killer, and then remembered he is a child.
And this is why people like me exist, because that bastard's probably gonna walk while that kid has to serve time.
Well, feel better. It's all about karma, right? He must have done something real
Mhm.
wrong.
They got him for grave robbing.
Okay, he probably did do that.
He admitted to that.
Yeah, he did. He did that. Never mind.
He shouldn't have done that.
No, but I feel like he did it from a not bad. I don't know. Kind of seems like he was trying to learn more than
He was trying to find his mother.
steal.
He said he was selling off the things that he robbed from the graves and then looked up the people because he thought it was cool.
Oh,
You
maybe
know
I'm
what?
thinking the different Wind Whisper.
I think I'm going to rest my mouth on this one.
Well, again, it could be a result of family problems. He still did something wrong and dumb and stupid, and thankfully they have a different prison for children here, correct?
Mm.
I mean, none of this gets around the fact that there's no mention of the actual killer who admitted to all of these crimes in this excerpt, is there?
He didn't. The other dude did not admit to any crimes.
Okay, well,
Mr. DA Fancy Pants. He admitted to stalking, which should be enough to get him in jail, but
He admitted to hiring someone that could have been dangerous to do so.
I don't know if contracting the guild is explicitly a crime.
Mm.
They did announce that another body had been found, so I'm sure there'll be another
Right.
interview shortly about that, or news article.
Hmm. Do you think she's going to be left in that town?
which she?
I only know like 5 people.
Elara.
I assume you mean, Stockin's daughter.
No, I mean, I don't remember her name either. But I just... Hmm. I wonder if that's the last time we're going to see her.
Oh, do you mean the Maria Littlebow? Little? They sent her off.
Well, I'm sure that was the last time I was going to see the little girl. I meant Elara.
It sounded like she was to be coming back tomorrow.
Don't worry, we're better off
Maybe that.
without her.
I just keep thinking about that thing that didn't happen. I guess I'm still anxious. It just came to mind anyways. I haven't been thinking about it this whole time. Actually been thinking about. Then he turns into a grape again. And doesn't speak anymore.
Best not to worry. These things have a habit of sorting themselves out.
Yeah. Oh. Is Spears there? Or any of you three?
They're always there.
I know, but I need one of them.
Spears replies.
Spears?
Mhm.
Okay. If I send you a message, could you give me a quick answer really quick?
Sure.
Would you like this to be sent in Messenger, or not Messenger, but Discord, or
Wherever.
Microsoft?
Skype.
Okay. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'll just say it out loud. He's gonna message Spears about he's gonna message Spears about whether or not they listened in the other night. Well, last night.
When?
And late AM, like 1 or 2.
Are you talking about when Silith pinned you to the ground?
So like, lyrics just purple now in general. Like,
Then yes. Is there anything else you needed to ask us? We're a little busy.
I just need to know if you guys can let me handle the awkward conversations if needed be. No need for extra drama in the workplace, you know?
It's not our business what romances you choose to pursue. Even if you all might be cousins or siblings.
We're not. Never mind. See you later. Thank you.
And they're silent again. And with that, hours go by. You all finally get back pretty late in the night. And as you all get out of the car, you see some just like random little cadets kind of like take your bags and start taking them up for you all. And RQ stretches a bit and he goes, "You all should head back to your room. We have class in the morning."
Yeah, about that. Can I get extra hacking coursework? I've been extra interested in it lately.
Mm-hmm. You could definitely always look up documents in the library.
Great,
Whenever
thanks.
you'd like on it. Of course. And he's like, "Good night, all of you."
Good night.
As he starts walking in. And do you all head back up to your rooms?
Silas will go to the library.
I guess I'm also
Okay.
going to the library.
We are supposed to have
Is
book
it-
club. It is a
do you
Tuesday
have-
night.
True.
Do we
true,
have
true, true.
a roof here that we can go on?
No.
Is there just a balcony?
No
Just the
smoking
balcony.
section. Wow.
Just right now you guys are like right outside the base. Like, down
Stakeen
yonder.
also very hesitantly follows to the library.
Okay.
If Lyric's allowed to sit out on the bench, he's gonna like stay outside for just a little bit.
Cool. You could stay out there. The rest of y'all, the library, with all of our
To the
doodles.
library!
The library, where not all of these old tokens are at, because we haven't been here in a while. Ew. Let's get this updated. Mick Gross. Ew. Old art. Oh, Lyric's not here.
Where's
Sorry.
Genome?
Genome. Oh, you know what? Roll a perception check. See if you see Genome.
Oh yeah, I'm not there. Yeah,
You're
I'd be
not
right.
there, but you can just chill. What was that?
That was a
You
perception
guys
check.
do see
Not genome.
Genome. You all see him. Let me get him off his dumb layer that he was on.
Yeah.
So he's in
Oh,
there, and he's
wow.
just like, you see him like dusting books and such. And imagine there's books on the back wall, not the library. I've yet to find a library I like in this style. So you all are still just looking at the training room. And ultimately, you see him, and as you all walk in, he looks over. He goes, "What are you doing here? It's late.
We've
Go to
got
bed.
book club.
At 2 a.m.?
No, it ends
What
earlier.
better time to read a book?
Fair enough." As he gets back to just dusting and organizing the books.
Silith would like to grab a copy of the Pochelle as well.
Is there?
Oh.
Wait, I
Oh.
thought that was the last document.
Pretty much is.
Oh, or whatever information on the Pochelle there is. That's
Yeah. As you go
festival.
to... Yeah. So you go and grab it, and he goes, "Oh, someone into the mythical things, I see."
Well, it got vaguely brought up in one of the modules that it was important at some point. I'm not from here, so I don't know anything about it. So I figured I
Every
would at
hint of
least
fantasy has a
look
bit
into
of
it?
truth behind it.
Oh, I guess that is true. That is true.
just
They
want to
do
know the
say.
culture more.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it's not really, in use anymore or cultural, except for a few groups, but... Well, they're not the nicest, I hear, from what I read in the paper on my Sunday mornings.
It also got brought
What
up
do
in
you
our.
read?
Well, I hear about them. There's a lot of activity in Benedict, I hear. I do. And they,
Mhm.
they're killing people, is what it says. Truly tragic. Thoughtless
Truly.
killers.
They can't
But-
get away with this.
They shouldn't, but I trust our government will do what they need to do. I work for it, so I
Uh-huh.
must be good.
That's right.
us.
Well
Dust
said.
us. You're welcome.
That's
Well,
that's.
make sure you don't stay up too late. I hear you all have school in the morning. Dust
Mhm.
us. Dust us.
And I go and look for a book on hacking courses.
As you start to look, he goes, "What are you looking for?"
I wanted to get a primer on hacking, and Commander RQ recommended that I check the library.
Oh, yes, yes. There's on the computer over there. There's some modules. They don't go towards your final class
Modules, it's the
credit.
middle of the night. I wanted a book.
Oh. Okay, one moment. As you see him go behind the little desk, and he's like, "One moment," as he fiddles keys, and you see him just digging in a little cabinet. Forgot what the hell they were
Modules.
called. And he pulls out this thick text, and he goes, "Okay, well, this is the module screen by screen printed." As he drops it on the table, he goes, "It's in book form now. That's what you wanted, right?"
Is this the only
Book
training
form.
material you have?
Well, it's the best one, which I figured you'd want since you're one of our best cadets, right? As he just kind of
Oh, God.
tries to reach your arm, but he can't.
What's he trying to
Would
do?
they be the same height? Those two
Yeah,
would be the
they're
same height.
literally the same height, but he still can't reach across the table.
Oh,
to
God.
lift your arm.
Well, I'll take it. I mean,
I'll take
Yeah.
it. Better than nothing.
Absolutely. Exactly. All the other books are for much higher courses, or just...
I'm fine with
Well,
higher
they're there.
courses. Everybody always
should
stops at beginner, never gets to intermediate.
True, but you have to start at the basics. If you don't know the basics, then you gotta start with a strong foundation. It's what we offer here at Base 2, a strong foundation.
I'll get
For
through
success.
this. I'll get through this in 2 days.
Well, good luck on doing that throughout your actual schoolwork. But, well, if you get through it, then you can come back. Not at 2:15 a.m., but at a different time. A
Okay.
reasonable time. Technically, the library is supposed to be closed, but I forgot to lock the door, you see? That's why you're in here.
Oh, then we should probably let you get to closing the library down. I apologize. We could
That would
try
be
to
great.
have book club tomorrow after our classes. Then.
Oh,
Mm.
yes, after your classes. If you're not busy after your classes, of course, but when you have free time, come and visit. We're open on the weekends. Not at 2 a.m., but usual business hours that are on the door.
Yes, I will keep that in mind. I apologize for keeping you up. Thank you for the assistance with finding this book for me.
You're
And then
welcome.
you'll head off to her bedroom.
Team lead Stakeen, did you need something?
Mm. Do you have any information specifically, uh, military information? I'm assuming the library has something like this.
Like on the bases?
That would be nice, yes.
Uh, well, let me see if I can find anything in our catalog. Oh, I see there is some documents, but you have to finish your training first. I can put in a request for you.
Of course I do. All right. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, Team Lead Stakeen, I put in the request for you. Once you finish your trainings and have your foundational training done, then you'd be able to read the document on the bases.
I'm sure I will.
You will, no worries. I trust our system, you know?
You'd be one of the few. And
Well-
Stakeen just walks away.
Well, you have a good night and a good sleep, Team Lead Stakeen.
Good night to you too, Genome.
Righty,
He's
sir.
really angrily walks into his room.
Oh, customer service is so hard.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Cadet Sanchi, did you need anything further?
No, I'm just here to patronize you.
And I leave.
Well, it was so fun. Goodbye. And as you all leave, you then finally hear the door lock and just him kind of step, like his little steppies, walk away.
Yeah, as we
And,
leave,
yeah.
I pass Silith a note. It says, do you read it?
And
That's
she'll
what it
mindly
says.
can be like, yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
No,
I thought you
that's...
wrote her a note.
Oh.
No,
That said,
yes, I
"Do
did
you
mean
read
the note.
it?"
That was the
Oh,
question, was in regards to the note.
No! I thought you said the note said that!
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you said the note
No.
said, "Did you read it?"
No.
Yes, I will read it.
The note says, remember it, that anything said out loud can be heard.
And she'll nod. And then head out.
Lyric, what you doing outside?
Lyric has, after sitting on the sad Keanu stocking bench for a minute, looking.
Yeah.
He found those a decision of four things that me and you already talked about, and then he just kind of opens up another tab and starts trying to do a little bit of translating, but he can't because he can't focus, and he uh he holds his tablet, hold it in one hand, holding his chin in the other against his knee, just
Can you roll an
What?
insight check for me?
insight.
Mm-hmm.
I am inciting the bench.
How in tune are you with your feelings?
How in tune.
How
So-
sad are you
Actually, a good
today,
question
Lyric?
for him.
Can you now roll a perception check for me?
This fits. This fits so well.
Yes,
though.
it does. So you get this weird feeling inside you that's just a little unsettling, and you can't tell if it's because you're back in the city, if you're back here, just a sense of anxiety. And then suddenly you just feel a hand on your shoulder, which makes you jump immensely. And you see that it's Spears just kind of looking down at you, and he goes, "Do you need help?"
Lyric just looks at him and then uh, looks at the screen and then like tries to look very away from Spears and says, "That's a very loaded question right now."
Then I'll go to bed. And he starts walking away. Very slowly. Like you can almost tell like comedically walking away slow.
Maybe
The
another
fuck are you
insight.
doing?
Waiting for you to change your mind.
I never said I didn't know you were hilarious.
Sorry.
Oh, you're being serious. I didn't tell you to go away.
But
I
I'd
just
like to go to
have a lot-
sleep.
And you can. Trust me, you've earned it like 3 years ago.
Okay. And he starts walking away at normal pace.
And
What
he
do you
waddles
do?
away.
Waddle, waddle. Bum, 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 bum,
They-
ba-da-da-da-da.
They just kind of like does the same exact slow walk, but instead of comedically doing it, he's just very in his head about. He doesn't really understand. He knows he doesn't understand what the is going on, and he's like, "I am the whole problem. This is not good. I'm gonna get sent back to jail."
And as you slowly wander
with
in,
me.
you notice and run into your other teammates who are all saying goodnight to Spears, since they were here just like shortly after and saw him come in and go to his room to sleep. And you all are back in the rec room together once more. You can't speak to each other. It's okay. It's not quiet hour.
I was gonna
Yep.
say Silas pretty much headed straight to bed at this point.
Yeah, no, Stackeen's upset.
We'll give a slight smile to Lyric and then go to bed. Pretty much. That's it. Don't say anything. Maybe a tiny wave.
Sanchi would
Lyric
like to.
squares back.
Sorry, go ahead, Sanji.
I was just gonna ask like Wade and Connor about how they do here, since we always hear from Stakeen. Sorry, not Stakeen, from Spears.
Are you knocking on their door?
Oh, I thought we were seeing all of the
No,
other
just
team
Spears.
members.
You saw Spears come in.
Wow. Well, I guess I could ask Spears for like advice on all
Yeah.
the hacking stuff.
Yeah, so you see Spears walk in and kind of walk up to be like, yo, help. Please. And he kind of looks at you and he goes, you want to do this at 2 a.m.?
I mean, it seems like as good a time as any. I'm sort of a night owl.
Noted. Sure. As he like was walking to his room and then coincidentally goes to sit down at the table in
Oh,
front
look,
of you.
if he's so tired.
Alright, we can do it a later time. Jeez. As though we spend
Well-
so much time with one another.
No, it's okay.
No,
Let's do it.
no, you just look so tired, you know.
Don't I always?
This is just my face.
Yes, you always do.
Then what's the difference?
Well, you seemed really, adamant about getting to sleep.
Well, yes, I've been working for 3 days straight. It would be nice to sleep.
That's true, we did just have 8 hours off. You want to trade teams?
No,
Hmm.
I
Why
like
not?
my team.
You don't like our team?
I don't dislike it. But we work well together, us three.
Oh, I mean,
I
I'm
would be
sure you'd work.
interested in working.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd work pretty well with the 4 of us as well.
More than likely, yes.
But it wouldn't be the 4 of you. It would. Because
Not
you trade
important.
teams, Sanchi.
Why are we concerned over the small
Semantics.
details?
Either way, let's go over. You have a printed version of the module? Why didn't you just do the electronic one?
In the middle of the night?
He like looks at you very puzzled. He's like, "You want to be trained in the middle of the night?"
Yes, but like, with an experienced hand and not some computer module that's been trained with all the expertise taken out.
And he like kind of looks at it and he starts flipping through and he goes, "You do realize this is the same information.
Yes,
Just
however,
missing the
you're here and you've done hands-on work, and I'm sure things have come up which weren't covered by the module, right?
well, not by that module, but the advanced ones."
Oh my god, I'm just gonna go to my room and read.
And I
Okay.
storm off in a huff.
And he then says good night as Lyric you enter in and hear his door close.
Do I see Stocking looking kind of like he's a little huffy and puffy?
Sure.
So that's emotion number 2. What's up?
What?
You kind of don't look like you're having that great of a time at the moment. I mean, I know that's your default, but like extra.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you if you... I mean, I guess... Ugh. It's just been a day.
Yeah, tell me about it. At least you didn't get to humiliate yourself inside of that room.
I was surprised it let it go that long.
Me too, honestly. I'm surprised you let it go that long.
I was under orders.
Didn't she tell you could take us out whenever?
Us being the 3 of you, not her.
Ah. So, again, why are we mad?
No reason.
Oh, come on now. Do I even have to incite that? Or is it just very apparent?
Stocking, I think it's very apparent.
I mean, yeah, but I was just waiting for the... I mean, it is pretty apparent. Stocking's upset, more so than normal.
And they're just gonna be like, okay, how about this? You've talked to me quite a bit about my problems when I've come up to you out of nowhere, and now I'm coming up to you out of nowhere to talk to you about whatever the f***'s on your mind. Trust me, I could use a break for a little bit from my own.
I appreciate it, but it's not exactly something we can talk about.
There, goes into Stocking's mind. We can if you stop being a pussy.
Damn. Damn. There's no being a pussy about it. And I'd prefer if you stay out of my head.
Alright, but it's gonna be really hard for you to talk about whatever the f***'s eating your ass right now. If you can't talk about it out loud.
That's because I don't want to talk about it. And Stakin continues to walk away.
Well.
He continues in the direction towards his room.
And goes.
And as Lyric sits there at the table by himself, he goes, I'm so bad at all. And he goes to his room and goes, and goes to bed in the Stocking shirt.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
All right, and
It's
you all go to sleep. Hunk shoe, hunk shoe, hunk shoe. Cock-a-doodle-doo! It's morning. You all wake up, and it's class time. So, you all go to your first class.
That's us.
Everyone, roll. All of you are here now, so get your asses at your computers. All right. Wherever you're at in your class, go ahead and roll your stataroni macaronis.
At the start of the day, right?
Yep, start of the day.
Let's
Tis
see, gotta find
morning.
my pin messages.
Oh,
Damn. Lyric, how did you?
I'm better than you.
Why?
Well,
You're just so beat up about not being able to help anybody. Dang.
God damn. Fucking
I felt that.
vile. Jim is not helping.
haven't woken
Right.
up yet.
Oh wait, no, I did the wrong thing. Oops.
Okay, I was about to say Constitution. I was like, that's not yet. All right, you all get through
Should I
your
use
class.
that one instead?
No. Accurate. The roll is
Bad
accurate.
morning for all of us.
Almost, except for Sanchi.
Sanchi,
Sanchi did
Classic.
great in her class.
that hacking class, you
I
know?
thought someone had
This one
to.
was
Fire.
stealth.
She was just recently looking into it. Oh.
All right,
Uh-huh.
get into it.
It's
Oh,
not,
are we on the second
not
course?
great pace.
Yep,
Yeah.
let's get into it.
Charisma.
Dakeen's just so residually pissed off.
Apparently, Stocking is having a bad school day.
That's okay.
God damn. Even Lyric. Oh no, you and Lyric are tied for points. How nice.
Hooray!
All
The
right.
third class, yeah.
Third class.
I could have
let's
used that
go.
18.
You could have.
Oh, after lunch?
Yeah, after lunch. You all go to lunch and have nothing of note. My
Oh.
God.
Do that one! Oh.
Ah.
Lyric, you could at least
He's-
pretend to be trying.
This
Jeez.
makes so much sense, but he does not need this right now.
God.
Lyric.
All right.
For him.
I feel for Lyric. All right, next class. Let's go.
Oh god, I've never got a good roll in this class. Not
Hooray.
once.
Hey.
At least that almost
I-
makes up for Stocky.
Yeah, dude, I critted.
Thank God. Oh,
Hey!
look at
Yay.
Lyric go. He just had to have
He's my
lunch.
toy.
He just had
That's
to
the
have
first time I've gotten
lunch.
above 10 in that class.
Factual. I can confirm that, probably. I can, but I'm not going to right now. All right, next class of the day for you all.
I swear to God, I better get another high score for this.
It's not as bad.
It's not as bad, no.
It's bad. It's so bad.
God. And then everyone do their wisdom roll.
This one's gonna be terrible.
Oh.
Yep.
Both of you had that ones today, damn.
God
Oh.
damn.
Y'all did not sleep well at all.
Lyric.
Oh,
Christ! Lyric! So,
Harvey's
just
like,
for-
refresh the page! Get some better! See if it restarts the rolls.
strength was a
You know what,
one,
this kinda makes sense,
charisma was
'cause
a one.
Canonically, he's had like less than 8 hours of sleep for the last 2 days. He has like
Yep.
a grand total of 7 hours of sleep in 2 days.
So, to give context to this awfulness, so the highest roller today was Silith, with 74 points total. Lyric, you got 27.
Hmm.
And I had a C in there as well.
And that's why people use the standard array.
Stocking, you had 48, so you were not as great, and then Sanki, you were at 70. So,
That's okay. I was
No.
closing in on 50. I'll take that.
good golly.
Does a nat
That
20
is-
and a nat 1 net you any kind of bonuses or penalties?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
What does that do?
straight rolls.
I
Straight
see.
rolls besides that you do either amazing or god awful in that class. Like, not even pay attention, fail the module 6 times. Like, and then the wisdom roll
Wow.
is just your overall feel of the day, which is apparently very accurate to how you all rolled.
Yeah,
For context, the module you did while you were chilling earlier this week, Lyric, you were at 63. Silith, you were at 60. Sanchi, you were at 90.
Mhm.
And Stocking, you were at 49. You're not having a good week of school.
No, I guess not. I'm
It's
just real
better,
bothered.
so I'll take it.
Oh, this is a
Yep.
rich get richer kind of system.
Scheme.
Yeah.
Dang,
So,
Sanchi, okay.
Well, because
you all
it's
finish your classes. Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
better
Go ahead.
your stats are to start, the better you are gonna perform. Yeah.
Yeah,
True,
that's
true, true.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The untalented
So-
have to make themselves better.
At the end of class, what would you all like to do after all your classes are done? Or I guess I'll ask, did you ask any of your teachers anything?
No.
I talked to
Cool.
my world politics teacher about being switched into the hacking course.
Hmm.
You just really
And-
want to do hacking. That's
That's
some
very
villain
important
shit.
to me.
I would like to
They-
ask world politics teacher about the pochel and whatnot, like how prevalent it
Yeah.
is nowadays.
So when it comes to the
Uh,
hacking course, she sits there and goes, or they, I can't remember which one it is. I can't remember if it's male or female. Which one's the teacher? Well, I can go and check. I have the class schedules. Do I have the teacher's peg?
You
thing?
have the power.
I don't know if I did that for
Did
the
I keep the teachers' names? There we go. World politics. What stat is that? What did I do it as?
Intelligence.
Work. So it's the gnome, Lyra, Nexus. All right. So she, like,
Another Lyra.
looks and she goes, I don't know if you can change your classes, but you could certainly take the modules otherwise and still learn. I know our other student, Beers, did that. He's excelling very well. And as for the Pochel, well, no one uses it or fully practices it. It is still the recognized religion, but we don't really believe in it now.
I hate it now.
There's been evidence that, it's not real. So, we don't mind it. But it's there for historical purposes mainly. There are small groups that distort the poor Pochel based off of the records not being public, but tales are tales and people will talk. And as they say, trust the pattern, not the person. Which, unfortunately, well, the pattern shows once you believe in a religion, you go crazy. Supposedly.
something
So.
like that. Can agree with that.
Lyric, what do you ask one of your teachers?
So in the last class of the day where we're in the health area, like
Yes.
there's first aid stuff in that area, right?
Hmm?
There's first aid stuff in this area, right? Like not
Yeah.
just classes.
Yeah, it's
So I would-
the actual med bay. So yes, you see people come and go and like all
I
of
was
that.
gonna say,
Like,
did you
Kate's teaching
stab
you.
yourself? With
Hold that thought. Lyric goes up to the teacher and goes,
Oh,
"Hey,
no.
I'm gonna need a favor from you in a second because I need to tell something." And then from his left hand, he pulls out one of his psionic or psychic blades, and then he cuts his hand with it.
Goodness. And he immediately starts like bandaging you up. What is your problem,
That's-
Cadet Lyric? What? No.
I needed to see how it works before I used it in the field.
Either way, no. Speaking of all of you, now that you've gone crazy, as he's just like wrapping your hand like into just like hamburger size, like so you just have like a floating hamburger of like gauze around you at this point. He goes,
Well,
with
you
your
were-
hand being the patty, and he's like, there was a directive that you all are supposed to go to, or at least check in with oh, who was it? Oh yes,
I'm
that's
not believing-
right. With Commander Rylan. He wanted to see you all.
Of course he
If you-
does.
Maybe bleeding.
If you wanted to go, you could just not, but I'd recommend going. He seemed quite pertinent on it.
Are we allowed to have dinner first?
It might be bleeding.
Not anymore. As you notice, like, you can't even feel your hand at this point because it's just circulation's cut. But, I mean, if you could go eat first, I hear they have good food in there, or you could just go and check in with them quickly.
Guess I'll go check in with them. That way,
It's gonna be
all the
quick,
school
but
stuff's
okay.
done.
Well, you never know. It might be quick. You didn't specify.
Of course he didn't. And Stakin also heads that way.
Before Lyric follows, he just looks at the teacher and goes, "So, does this mean I have to test them on other things first?"
No, 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 no. Maybe like actual equipment, like sparring equipment. We have that if you need it, but
I just don't know how these things really work against, flesh.
apparently very well. As he then takes off all the gauze and looks, and he's like, "Okay, you're not bleeding anymore." As he just throws the essentially like softball size amount of gauze,
Yep.
and then he
So
just like
wait,
pours
hold
a
on.
liquid on your
What?
hand, and it's healed.
So, oh wait, fun fact: it doesn't actually cut or leave marks.
Oh,
It just
well,
does psychic damage. That's why he's
Well.
confused about his head.
oh, even worse. I thought you said it bled. Apologies.
No, I said
But-
why. I said why isn't it bleeding?
Oh, I thought you said you cut your hand and it was bleeding. Apologies. But
No.
yeah, no. So he does all of it anyways, though. That doesn't stop him.
Gotta
just
heal the
kinda figured
soul.
I mean, since
Exactly.
we're
I
in
figured
a
it was something that
Shall
like,
mine sound spell?
no.
Hmm?
You don't want to test it. You want to. I just felt like it was like you want to test out a weapon or a medicine before you use it on somebody else, right?
Regardless, experiments are not good on yourself. Do it on standard equipment first.
Lyric must have watched
Yes, sir.
Apothecary Diaries.
That's what I was thinking.
Lyric has not watched Apothecary Diaries. It's on his watch list.
It's good.
I
Oh, it's so
started it.
good.
I've heard.
You'll
I've heard
understand
so
the
many
joke
good
when you
things
watch
about it. I've heard so many good things about it, but yeah, no. And he'll just walk over to RQ's, I guess.
Yep. Sanchi, are you going with?
yeah. I mean, we're called over. Also, with the world being so devoid of magic, is psychic damage even something people are that like into?
Not really. There's more like real life implications of it. So if you're doing psych damage, you're literally just making yourself kind of insane.
it.
Sure, but that's-
TLDR.
Oh, you're
Oh.
saying Lyric and Stocking got psychic damage from today's schoolwork?
Apparently.
Ah.
Christ. Apparently. Bless them.
The one time I roll high. Okay, it's only 3.
There you go.
I took 3 in the head.
All right. And as you all walk up, you like get to the door as it starts to open, and he's like, "Come on in." Or are you just admiring how I look when I work? As he continues to work on the paperwork at the desk.
I don't think we would do that.
Silas will go in and actually take a seat on the couch.
Welcome. Come on in, all of you. As he stands up and then just kind of leans on the desk and looking. How was the day back?
Rough morning. Had to wake up first.
I'd rather not talk about classes.
I heard it was bad for you, or at least I saw it was bad.
Oh. Yeah.
Poor Lyric.
Right.
She'll just
Well.
like pet his head, like ruffle his hair.
Was there anything you all needed to speak to me about before I got started? Stakin Sanchi, you can sit down. It's fine.
I prefer to stand.
Joaquin continues to stand.
Can you put your token on the table? Or on the
On
table?
the
Jesus.
table.
What is
Lyric's
happening?
taking that. Lyric took the table.
Lyric?
Clearly.
Lyric's
Lyric is
looking
gonna,
at the table.
Yeah.
She's
Oh no,
sprawled
he's just
out.
sitting at the table. Lyric's gonna like put his finger to his lips. I don't know if you're open to talk about it, but like,
I wouldn't ask.
do you like talking about fights?
I'm sorry.
Do you like talking about fights? Like old fights?
Previous
You sh-
missions, I think, is what he's trying to point at.
Hmm. Sure.
I just like good stories, and I mean, I heard you were unconscious for it, but um,
Mm.
what happened that day?
Oh, I see you ran into Leo.
Yeah, that lion guy.
Sure. That day, or that mission, I should say. Um, well, what did he tell you?
Something about hmm, hmm, that
Check out your tongue lyric.
that just that Elara can be terrifying.
I think terrifying is a understatement, but um, the simplest way to put it is, while you all feared for her safety, I usually end up having the fear of whom she was with instead once she was out of my sight. She was born, bred, and raised to do the job she's mastered so effortlessly, if you ask me, but she'll say she put in all of her effort and hard work, and maybe she just makes it look easy, but regardless, I know you all were worried about her prior, and I've been informed that tonight you guys will be able to go to the medical training room. The lieutenant colonel asked for you all to see what her weekly updates and sessions are like, against minor major Elara's protest, but he is our boss, and our lieutenant colonel, so we must follow his orders. In addition, I think this will help you all greatly. I reached out to an old friend from Team 12 who will be able to provide you all additional documentation that I think will clear up a lot of the questions you all have had for us about things we couldn't speak of openly or at the time. He kind of like looks down at the floor for a moment and like really pausing and like thinking. He goes, regardless, myself and Major Elara don't believe this is the best move, and for once I hope I'm wrong. My friend is waiting in the library and I will see you all at 10 p.m. tonight at the medical bay, where I'll take you down to her facility.
Quick question: if you and Elara don't really want us to see this, then can we opt out?
No. You can't.
All right.
Unfortunately. Well, I hear they have a good supper tonight in the cafeteria, which is the cheat day of the month, so.
My favorite.
Maybe there'll be bigger grapes.
They tend to go all out, I promise.
Oh, cotton candy grapes.
I'm not having grapes.
Outside of that, was there anything else you needed to know directly, or had any questions for me?
Should we be prepared in some way to go see whatever we're gonna see? Your training session?
Not mine, but
Hers, ours.
I would recommend just being on time. Don't be late, and we can go over the additional details later.
Oh, I have a question, not related, but I was wondering, the next day that the next day that you have enough free time, can we spa? I just want to see what the gap is.
Sure,
Awesome.
anytime. Well,
I'm gonna regret that, but it'll be worth it.
Should that be? I'm gonna incite that him agreeing.
sure. He's lying.
Ah, yes, that's what I thought. Do I get more though? Like, do I get like he doesn't
Dang.
expect that the opportunity will come up, or he just would never do it because like he thinks Lyric could never, or because he'll never just be held to it?
The third. He doesn't think he'll ever be held to
Okay.
it.
He does not
But-
think highly of Lyric.
Oh no, they kind of understands that he knows what he's doing right now.
Does he? Inside it. Does he?
Yeah, he's kind of been asking about it for a while. He's just kind of getting it over with.
Hilarious. But yeah, you can insight and see if you catch that he is lying. Outside of that, Lyric would take the sure at whatever value he would.
Rick's just gonna smile and like kind of feel in element, knowing that an ass whooping might be around the corner.
Fair. Silas, you also catch on he's lying. If that's what you're inciting.
We want to know if Lyric is lying.
Or, yeah, who are you inciting, I guess? You're muted.
Prep, yeah. No, I was inciting an argue on it.
Yep.
Sorry, I was sipping my water bottle. That's way too loud.
That's fair. All right. So, where do you guys all go?
What time is
Dinner.
it currently?
Yeah, dinner.
Yeah, dinner.
Dinner. All right, you all head to the cafe.
At what time is it?
I don't know. Whenever classes end.
And what
Dinner-ish time? So I'd
5,
say like
6?
5. Yeah,
What
5 or
time?
6.
What time did he say we have to get there tomorrow?
10.
Tonight at 10.
Ah, tonight at 10. Gotcha.
Yep. So you guys get into the cafe, and it is, unlike this image, packed because everyone is eating kind of just like whatever the like. For once, you smell like pizza, corn dog, pretzel, tacos, pasta, like whatever you really kind of want. You could almost smell it.
I've never had
Schnitzel.
tacos before.
Yeah, oh my
What
god,
is
that
all
was a
this?
conversation.
Silas grabbing one of everything.
Go for it. You're
Lyric
free.
is doing
It's
the
just a
exact same
buffet.
thing.
It's just a buffet, so like you guys are free to grab whatever you want. Yes, draw the people in for me, please. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Lyric also grabs one of everything. He doesn't even know what most of this shit is.
Same.
Oh snap! I could go all out too. One moment, please. I'll fill our room.
Gasp.
I like
With
tacos.
Frank-
Oh, yeah. Arnold! Nachos are my
Yeah!
It's back. Oh,
Hey,
man.
Mac.
Is that Stitch in the background?
Okay. Pizza's mediocre.
Yep.
Schnitzel is awesome. Reminds me of home, apparently. Pasta's pretty good.
I love
can't
this
remember.
for Silas.
So
I
she
love
is
this
just
for her.
really enjoying it.
I love this.
I'm probably like, especially with the 19 for the taco, doing like a little happy dance while eating.
Makes
So
so much
happy
sense
for
for a
her.
taco.
They even warmed the tortilla slightly. The tortilla, as I call it.
That
Just
hurts
like-
my soul.
So like
Oh, it's worse.
borderline
Wait till you
happy
hear I
dancing.
I never will call them quesadillas. It's quesadillas. Just for
No!
absolute
You are one of
slaughter.
those.
No, I do it
Oh,
jokingly.
yeah.
I always do it jokingly. No worries. No actual harm is intended of such mispronunciations of words. I make a good taco pasta,
Understandable.
to be honest. But a damn good taco. It's one of the 3 dishes I can make. So, woo. But anyhow, I used to think there was 5 dishes I could make, but somehow I can only think of 3. So, we are.
Plates, bowls, and cups.
literally, tomorrow I have to write a note, or else I'm going to forget that I have to get bagels for everyone tomorrow morning. But anyways, so, yep, you all are eating and chilling and
Sanchi's actually
have you?
gonna abstain from eating. She wants to be ready for when she sees Elara.
fair. Fair. Stakeen, what are you eating?
Hakeem is also eating in small amounts.
But what?
God. Fine. Stakeen will take some tacos and rice, but he
Okay.
also gravitates towards beans.
Unfortunate. But
What do you mean unfortunate? Beans are fantastic.
I
Agreed.
couldn't disagree more.
I'm on Tori's side with this.
Or so
I'm
No,
sorry.
no. Beans are
That's-
fantastic. A good
No.
refritted
Nay.
bean.
No.
Nay.
Bless.
They are baby vomit. No.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
gonna be the best
So
old person
vile.
because I can eat beans.
Good, I'll die. And be a ghost.
Me too.
Like, and not have to even
I-
worry about taxes. Like,
I
Oh my
respect
God.
it though. I do respect it.
thank you. Thank you.
No, it's all right.
All right.
Live
so
your
you all-
best life, but I'll eat my beans in peace.
Good. You'll have so many to yourself. The only thing that's fun about beans is saying legumes. But even then, legumes. So anyhow, oh yeah, Lyric, what you want? You grabbed one of everything. How
Yeah.
you feeling
Yeah,
about
but
it all?
Lyric's only Lyric's enjoying everything, but he's only taking like a couple bites of everything, and then he quickly gets up after he has a bit, and he starts heading towards the library.
Okay, okay. So you all see Lyric get up kind of almost first and start heading out. What y'all doing? You all just gonna stay and eat? Munch, munch, crunch, crunch? Or are you gonna follow suit?
Lyric,
Inciting that.
Him getting up?
Yeah.
Okay.
where are you
Well,
going?
Lyric, what are your thoughts around this standing up and leaving?
Like, how is he leaving?
How are you leaving?
Are you sad? Do you look sad as you're leaving?
Vibe check.
I'm check from
Vibe check.
Do you look like you might poopy your panties? Do you
No,
see
Lyric-
well?
Damn. The tacos went through a
This-
fast. Damn.
High digestion,
Lyric,
Star.
aside from being probably looking tired, he just looks like he's got like a little, not a mission, but like he's got a thing to do.
Ooh, determined.
He doesn't
Lyric.
exactly. Yeah, he doesn't exactly look like he's gotta go somewhere. But he's just gonna go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If not looking sad, she will continue enjoying her food.
Not
Fuck
looking
yeah.
like he's gonna poop.
Not to poopy his pant.
Yep.
Sanchi, do you go with him? Stakeen?
Nope.
What do you all do?
He's
Okay.
gonna be late.
Sure, he'll go. Stacking will leave.
All right.
What's
Wait,
Stakeen's head
who?
on the line?
Alright, how
Lyric?
much time do we have left, by the way, before?
Actually, no. Sanchi's got
It's
the
like-
right frame of mind.
It's like an
I'll
hour to
s-
eat, so.
He's
Yeah.
gonna stay.
So it's like
probably-
6. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. 6-ish. Or so. Things start to die down in the cafeteria. You all finish eating. Lyric, you get to the library first, so we're just gonna drag everybody. Because at some point you all will be there. And Lyric, when you get in, can you do a perception check for me? Wow. Good
Finally
job,
Not during
Lyric.
classes. No, not at all.
Wow, he just had to eat taco and get through class. And when you get in, you immediately see a woman in there alone. And you also notice immediately as you like walk through the door that the camera that you normally hear the little buzzing of it moving or just like the lens zooming in, you don't hear that. You don't hear the cameras moving at all. And you see a woman standing there with dark, why can't I remember what I drew? Dark blue and green hair. She has a mask on. She's not wearing a coat right now. And she has an arm full of tattoos. And she looks over at you, stares for a very long time and kind of uncomfortably not saying anything, and then just looks away. But she's at the printer.
Hi. That was a look.
silent.
Hmm. I I am going to incite this lady.
She means no business. She is just. She seems like as you're standing, she's waiting for something else to show up.
Hmm. Okay.
And as you sit
And then he
down,
looks at that camera. Like,
yeah,
is the camera working? Is it like
nope,
disconnected or anything?
not on. You don't see any signal of it being on.
Did you do that?
You just hear like a long sigh. And she goes, "Yes, I know who you are and what you are needing. I'm currently printing up the document for you since you can't read Common. It's in Dwarven, as I've been instructed."
Okay, I feel like you just gave me an answer to a question I didn't ask. Who are you?
My name's Commander Diana Hacker.
Diana Hacker?
Yes.
She's our friend from Team 12.
Can you... Wait, that means that you're the same rank as RQ, right?
Yes.
Oh. And then he just walks past her and goes to the left.
How disrespectful.
And you sit down and kind of do whatever you're doing as she's just standing at the printer, printing off page after page. And slowly you all walk in. And as you all walk in, roll a perception check for me.
Perception. Oh.
Well, Lyric, you already know the stuff, so you don't gotta look again. But you at least all see all of them walk in, and none of you guys notice anything out of the ordinary. And as you all walk in, you see the same woman, which now I can finally show you guys. Show players. Yeah, show that handout. You see Diana Hacker, and she says almost the same exact thing again. She goes, "Yes, I know who you all are and what you're needing. I just finished out the printing of the Dwarven copy of this for, I believe it is Cadet Lyric. And
I'm the cadet.
then I'm currently printing off the common version for the rest of you."
I point out that her forearm looks weird.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And she doesn't really address it. And then she just points over. She goes, "You all can sit at that table there next to your friend. I'll come and give it to you all once it's done printing."
Friend is a strong term.
Nick's literally just trying to translate some books so that he has no idea what he grabbed, and that's what he hears. Just,
I don't mean it. Oh, guy.
And a few moments go by as she just stands quietly at the printer, printing away. You guys have any questions or anything?
Are you the one Ryland mentioned? Sorry, Commander.
Yes.
Ryland mentioned.
Yes.
How'd
Who's
you get
that?
to know him?
We're co-workers and we worked together for years.
Did you start at the same time?
No, he was here before me.
How much before you?
I imagine a few years.
who the hell is Ryland?
RQ.
Oh, is that what the L stands for?
What did you think it meant?
I don't know. I'm sure he told me at one point.
Who did you think every mention of Ryland Quantum was about?
Anyways, as she organizes documents, I finished printing out the document. Here it is, as she hands out the copies. Please ensure not to leave it out and about. I've already turned off the cameras in this room, along with any other communication devices, all at the request of Commander Ryland. There's nothing further, which I believe there's not. I'm going back to my desk work. They'll be cut off for another about an hour due to maintenance, as she puts in quotes. So don't waste too much time in here. And she leaves the room,
Wait,
unless you guys say
wait.
something prior.
Can you
Yes?
get me one of those primers on the, like, really advanced stuff for hacking?
You're interested in Team 12?
Very.
Good. Tell that to your major.
I did! He told me to go to the library.
That's your commander.
Oh, the other major. Oh, whatever. Okay.
Would you be able to tell us what Team 18 is?
No.
Damn. Oh, that's
Alright.
all I have.
Anyway, about this document
Yep.
I've heard so
There
much
you
about.
go. You all get it. And at that point, as she walks out, you just hear behind the pattering of the door, good old little genome walk in. And at this time, I will recommend for you all, so if you want to focus on it, you can mute me. And then, well, you can't, that one guy, but take off your headset if you don't want to hear me talking in the background until I, see you all put in the chat that you are done reading. And then we'll be good. But until then, I hope you all have a great read. And audience, welcome to the monologue of Genome.
Oh my god, a monologue with Gino.
Yes.
God, I can't wait to listen to that back.
I can't wait for you all to listen to it either.
Ah,
Well, you see, look at them. They're reading like a good little cadet group they are. Precious,
Wait, where's
precious
the
indeed. Well, I
it's in
must dust
out of
these
session
books.
chat.
I must start, organizing my books. Well, if I organize this one this way, it won't make sense. But that's okay. Things don't have to make sense, as I've always been told. Life lessons are meant for those who laugh. Those who laugh tend to giggle out loud. But one of my favorite books by Scribbles, Carl Ward, was always the one that talked about life quotes for birds. It was a good time and a good moment. But ultimately, it's a sad book. Talks about a lot of sad things. And ultimately, there's some beautiful quotes I'd like to say about birds. Tame birds sing of freedom. Wild birds fly. That was by a great artist named John Lennon. When he wrote that, I like to believe, me as a gnome, that he meant those birds could be free, just like I wish I could at times. But I love this library and I feel free. I feel like a wild bird when I'm in the library. I like it here. My other job is boring, but my wife does have a flower shop, which is why I always have flowers or smell of flowers. And as other people have once said, hold fast to dreams. For if dreams die, life is a broken, winged bird that cannot fly. Langston Hughes said that. I don't know who he is, but he was referenced in Scribble's book, Coward. He called the book after his last name. I wonder if there was, you know, any meaning behind that. Maybe he thought he was a coward. I don't believe he was. 'Cause, Scribbles was a great man and he has a beautiful story. Let me tell you about Scribbles Coward. He was born in a small town filled with drug lords and such, and ultimately he ended up being at a post office for calligraphy. It's the sound he always mimicked was scribbles, and that's why he got his name that way. His owners at the calligraphy mailing store back in his day, and he was on a mission. He was always writing in the back. He was a beautiful calligrapher. But then He was promoted, and one could say, to a mail carrier. And on his first day, he ended up getting kidnapped by some drug lords. It was truly unfortunate for him. Bad first day of work, and Scribbles Callward was a very gullible bird at the time, and so he thought that was normal for post carriers to get kidnapped. Was truly incorrect. Thank goodness we do almost everything electronically now. There's no physical mail in our world anymore. It's all digital. To save the lives of other postmen from getting kidnapped in Scribbles Callward's time. But he went on a mission with a small group, I guess, and he wrote about it. He doesn't remember much about it, but he remembers the people were nice. He remembers someone turning into a cloud, and it concerned him greatly. But after that, they disbanded, and he couldn't know where to go or what to do. So he wandered back to the city somehow, a city he was unfamiliar with, many, many miles away. And poor Scribbles lived that sheltered life, and so he just started anew. And he started writing and meeting other beautiful, influential people, like Maya Angelou, where she said a bird does not sing because it has an answer, it sings because it has a song. I do like to believe that Scribbles Callward could have written music, but he didn't, probably because he didn't want to. But that wasn't for me to decide. But he was a great man, and after building up almost an empire here, he somehow landed an egg where he then was an author for a long time and had a booking company and maybe had some nefarious connections even to the Thieves Guild, as we know. But hopefully not. It's all rumor, unfortunately. But you never know. It's truly unfortunate. But he then met a group of friends who he sent on a journey to hunt down some interesting books and tales, and they went on a wild adventure, even to other worlds, they say. But what's interesting is the worlds they went to were not real. Or maybe they were. I'm not too sure. Maybe good old Scribbles Callward believed in William Shakespeare. The earth has music for those who listen, and those people listened to his story and their tales. Maybe that's why they went on the adventure they did. But who knows why they went on that adventure? Were they willing? Were they searching? One will never know. But what's written in his books are all about it. Or, you know, magic. It was magical reading his books for the first time. I wish I could reread them again. But that is well, and how it goes. Reading something for the first time, it's like watching something for the first time. Like me watching these cadets here, reading for the first time, just on their own, after lunch, and even the cheat day nonetheless, in this empty library today, while we wait for them to read their first book, their first book on their own accord that isn't training material. This is huge for me to see. I feel good about the future. And the future that Scribbles Callward probably had a good part in playing in their life without them knowing. There's so many things to know and see, but Scribbles brought them there, I believe. Because again, tame birds will sing of freedom, but wild birds will fly. In this library, they will fly high. I hope. Not too high, but high enough. So, let me quote you some beautiful tales about anything, really. I've already talked about my beautiful friend Scribbles Callboard. I met him once, because while he had all of his fame and glory going, I guess I didn't finish the tale. Silly me, I got caught up in my thoughts about how great Scribbles was. But yes, he had all these people wandering around through worlds and jumping. All of it may be a figment of their imagination. But after he got done with them and they didn't come back one day, he sat for a long time, debated if his great rival, who his name's lost to history, or I don't remember it at least, but he had a rival, and from there, he decided maybe being big isn't what I want. Maybe I want to be smaller and set free. So he decided, you know, it's time to be smaller again. So he went and now works at the Benedict Bulletin, writing news and being a good reporter, no longer invested in nefarious deeds and has mountains upon mountains of cash to sit on. So he does this out of pure passion and informing the public about what occurs and what happened. He has an eye for wanting to know more. Maybe he's looking for interesting facts about his newest tales. But who knows? Who truly knows? I believe he was there, listening in the wings. I wonder what he'd write about me. I often wonder. What would Scribbles Callward write about little me, little Genome, and his wife with the flowers, with the flower shop? My wife's great. She's wonderful. She grows wonderful flowers. I almost want to ask them if they're done and well, but I don't want to interrupt such souls. They seem so at peace, reading their novels. Once they're done, I'm sure they'll exclaim or say they are. It's hard to tell, but, well, look at them, so peaceful. What beautiful art they are. Regardless, I should probably talk to you about flowers, shouldn't I? I feel like flowers are a good topic. And talk about the most common ones. My wife loves roses. Did you know they've been naturally growing around 35 million years? However, they are not known to be cultivated until about 5,000 years ago. And they make great perfume, but I don't like perfume. I just like natural smells. And then sunflowers, one of my personal favorites, I believe. They're the most popular flower and best known for their large size and dazzling. They generally symbolize adoration, loyalty, and longevity, all things Scribbled Callward also stood for. He reminds me of a sunflower. While he's small in stature, unlike them, he is loyal and has longevity, as his stories will live on in history for many, many millennia to come. I hope. Hydrangeas. Did you know that there's over in the eastern lands of Egg and even further out by Waflor, or Waffle, that there's more than 75 species and 600 cultivated varieties, which morphed into a bunch of other things that I can't remember. I stopped listening to my wife once she started talking about it. But thankfully, anytime she starts talking, I just smell the lavender soap we have, which brings me to my next flower, lavender. Though it's an herb more so than a flower, I like to include it. There's more than 40 species that are native to the surrounding Mediterranean and semi-evergreen perennials or subshrubs with gray-green hairy linear leaves and purple and violet lavender or pinkish white flowers. They also make a nice oil, which I like because it makes good soap. Peonies, gorgeous flower, big, roughly, never identified accurately because they always get mistaken for something else. But they can grow tall, up to 5 feet. That's like two of me. Wild, isn't it, that my wife can grow such big flowers? And yet, make them look so gorgeous. She loves them with daisies sometimes. It's a complicated two to come together, but they do belong in the world. Apparently, they're found on every continent other than the furthest south one, the coldest one. They belong to one of the largest plant families and symbolized innocence, a connotation that comes from a faraway era, the Egerton era, as they say. Based on what flower the daisy is, the flower can take on different meaning. They usually prefer full sun, which is sometimes hard to get in the city, but we make it artificially here, like many other artificial foods and such. But we try to have healthy food, usually, most of the time. So, you know how it goes. The orchid, the hardest one to take care of, is what my wife says. The one of the oldest flowering plants known to all species. Scientists speculate that orchids have been around for as long as 100 million years. Some of the most popular types, more than 30,000 that exist in several different colors and types and vanilla. They usually represent love, fertility, thoughtfulness, and charm. They remind me of my wife, my beautiful, beautiful wife. But outside of that, there's tulips. They're in movies all around. Very beautiful ones, musical ones, from what I hear. There's over 150 species and 3,000 varieties of tulips, which are a part of the lily family. Which brings me to my favorite one. I've said they're all my favorite, but my wife says the same thing, so it must be true. Lily not only is a great name, but truly a popular flower. Truly, look at them sitting there reading, doing what they do. Bless them. Well, anyways, I should probably stop talking about flowers. Don't want to bore you all. What should we talk about? I'm Genome. I should answer questions, truly. If only there were questions for me to answer in life still. I always wonder if there's anything for me to answer that's left. It could be a long time, a hard time, but I am here to sit there and listen to any questions that are available. We could talk about fish and how their water helps the plants. We could talk about water. Wow.
Wow.
Imagine government documents not having facts about water anymore. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, so go to the commercial ones. Well, as I read about beautiful facts about water, there's the same amount of water on Earth as there was when the Earth was formed. The water from your faucet could contain molecules that dinosaurs drank. Wild, isn't it? The most common substance found on Earth is water. Water is the only substance found naturally in three forms: solid, liquid, and gas. Nearly 97% of the world's water is salty or otherwise undrinkable. Another 2% is locked in ice caps and glaciers, and that leaves 1% for all of humanity's needs, all of its agricultural, residential, manufacturing, community, and personal needs. I don't know what other personal needs there is outside of all of those, but, well, you have to fluff the text somehow, I guess. The amount of water is constant and recycled throughout time. A water molecule stays in the ocean for 98 years, in ice for 20 months, and in lakes and rivers 2 weeks. Fascinating time. Truly. Land, water, and air are all a part of deeply interconnected systems. What we pour on the ground ends up in our water, and what we spew in the sky ends up in our water. Water. May I have another glass, please? Water regulates the Earth's temperature. It also regulates the temperature of the human body. and carries nutrients and oxygens to the cell, cushion joints, protects organs and tissues, and removes waste. It is recommended to drink 6 to 8 glasses of water each day. Surely that's something I do, but my glasses are much tinier. I believe they are what the human races call as shot glasses. Alcohol is not good for you. I recommend do not drink or drive, but it's okay. To each their own. Well, water. Well, this is a lot about the body. Let us not. Hmm. There's more facts about a land called Texas, but we don't really mind or want to know about that. Well, this is great. It's a wonderful time. I truly wonder how they're all doing. Do you think they're thinking about life and where they've all come from and gone? I question if everything's okay with them. They've been reading for quite a while and they haven't blinked. It's very concerning. Maybe I'll just go dust the shelf over here. Dust, dust, dust. Dust, dust, dust. Dust, dust, dust. It's very interesting they wanted to know about the Pochel. I don't know why they'd want to know about the Pochel. It's an old book, an old religion, and no one likes it anymore. But to each their own. I heard there was a cult out in Benedict. Truly unfortunate. But it's okay. Think all will be well. But maybe it's not all well. Maybe there's a reason they're looking into it. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the training staff here, or how anything really goes. I just know what's in our library logs, and when it tells me they do or don't have access, which I think upsets them, but it's okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell people no, but it's good to tell them no, I believe. Speaking of telling them no, let me tell you about my day today. So I was waking up in the beautiful flower garden that my wife made. I accidentally fell asleep out there while I was thinking about, well, what I wanted for breakfast, honestly. And it was truly not the best idea I had. But then I come walking into work, the metal under my feet does a tippy tappy that I like. It makes me think about how much I miss my garden, my wife's garden. I do like it greatly, but outside of that, I walk and step a long while and get in the building, and immediately it's genome this, genome that, genome's great, before I even clock in. But usually at the start of my day, I like to go to the cafeteria and spend at least 2 hours talking to the robots in the cafeteria. They have great conversation, though we have the same conversation every day. The conversation goes, "Good morning, how are you? Please choose your food." "Yes, of course, thank you so much. But I can't reach it. You see, it's too high up." And then someone from behind me, usually the same person every day, I should ask their name, but I don't, decided to finally pick up the stool they pick up every morning and put it behind me as I walk across the little cafeteria bar and, you know, step very far across the bars and balance, really. I have to make a lot of dexterous moves as a librarian at the base 2 in Florentine. And so I walk across the little bars and I grab my food, and thankfully, the same gentleman or lady, I'm not too sure, I won't assume, always moves the stool for me. And I sit down and I go to eat. And then I walk back up to them and I say, "Thank you for the meal." And they say, "Please scan your card for additional services." And then I do. And then they tell me I've already ate. And then I go through that same cycle at least for another 45 minutes. I could spend my time better, but I don't. So then after that, I gather my things from my janitor's closet and I start and grab the mop and the broom just because, you want to have a clean library. These are very good documents, all things considered. Oh my goodness, one is moving. I see he's moving well. Team lead Stakeen, I see you're moving well. I'm glad to see you're well. I was just talking about my day at the beginning and how I take 2 hours to order breakfast and then I go and start cleaning the library tile by tile, as I say.
Riveting.
It is great work, I believe, honestly. But, you know,
Glad you're in a significantly better mood
of
than last I
course.
saw you.
I was in a great mood last time. It was unfortunate that you were in such a sour mood last time.
Not much better, if I'm honest.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Hmm. There's not much that can be done, unfortunately, but it is what it is,
Right.
I guess. What happens in the military seems to always happen in the military. You can't
Oh,
much change that.
oh, I'm very sorry that you feel that way. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Cadet Lyric is moving as well now, I see. He seems to be moving as well. You all were very enthralled in your document.
It's a very riveting read.
Oh, that's odd.
Lyric just kind of like throws the document on the ground.
Oh my, I have to. Let me go clean get my broom and such for you. And
Lyric
he
picks it up.
and he like leaves to go and pick it up and whatnot. And then he sits there and like by the time he gets back, you've already picked it up and he goes, "Oh, well, that was very nice of you. Thank you, Cadet Lyric."
And that's why I couldn't not pick it up.
Oh, okay. Well, I talked about flowers and birds and my beautiful tale about my my good favorite artist, Scribbled's Cardboard.
Tell me more.
Oh, I can't say more. You all seem like you're starting to stretch your legs and see. I see Cadet Silith is even now blinking and moving. You all weren't blinking for a while. It was very concerning.
Silas gonna get up and go to her room real quick.
Oh,
I'll
oh
be right
dear.
back.
Oh dear. I hope
And
she's well.
she'll run and go grab the photo she drew from the unknown individual from all of our dreams before coming back.
Okay. Good. So you come back to the library and you
Yep.
just see like at this point like Genome just kind of like sweeping underneath like some of the shelves and such and he's just humming to himself some tunes.
And she is very visibly disturbed.
Oh dear.
I'm sure everyone else is too, but
Oh dear. My oh my. I haven't dusted under here in 8 hours. Look at what's all under here. Sweep, sweep, sweep.
My,
8 hours.
what a thorough document.
Oh. Well, I must go on my dinner break now. Goodbye. As he
Goodbye.
like kind of waddles out. And you all are left alone.
Sanchi rips up the document.
Fair.
You're not gonna keep it for book club?
I mean, there are certain documents you keep.
This seems like it would be one of them.
There are
And
certain
Stakeen
documents that
pockets
get
it.
there are certain documents
I-
that get found on you a week later and get you killed quietly behind the shed. But
Yeah,
you decide
You
which
would
one's
know,
which.
small bird with a keen eye.
Small bird who's done the killing of the people on who the documents were found.
Mm.
You were
Well
a
done.
little upset too, Lyric. What the hell happened?
It's a couple of things. I hate treating people like anything other than people. And this whole thing is just the military. Well, I'd like to visit some people in the higher ups at night. Other than that,
You understand now why I have a keen distrust for these people?
it's not like I actually trust them either. I'm just here. But I've only ever met he and Silas and one other Kalishtar. And I don't know who they're talking about here, close to my home. And his eyes kind of glow a little bit. Then he punches himself in the face.
What was...
This is real, by the way. This is done. He is straight up punching himself. The second he feels his eyes glow, he just goes for it. So,
Oof.
Can I roll a dex save to see if I can stop him from doing that?
Certainly try.
Need speed?
Yep. So she does like stop.
Grabs
you
the
at least.
hand, but is more or less not saying anything otherwise.
sorry. Trying to find a new way to calm that down. Didn't mean to worry you. And he just relaxes his arm.
She's still like holding on to it.
Seems like everyone here was a little, shook up.
Silas will take a deep breath and then let it out. My mother was a human experiment for Waffle's military.
I see.
And
Rick hugs her. The second he hears the leave her mouth, he just wraps his arms around her. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't do anything else. He just hugs.
second, we'll do one of these. Oh, she's crying.
Those nat ones are awful tonight.
She just starts
Oh.
crying.
And with that, your hour is almost up. Do you all head to the medical bay?
Is this room still like quiet? Like
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
can't hear.
Well, we can't be late.
But Stalking, what are we doing with this?
What do you mean?
What are we? I mean, why were we showed this? And if we're showed this for any reason, what are we doing with it? You're the boss.
As of right now, we're doing nothing with it.
I would memorize it and get rid of it.
So as soon as Silas like calms herself down, she's just rereading it again and again.
Exactly. Memorize it. Do what you want with it. But it's good information to have. They gave it to us for a reason, but don't trust them.
And she'll also
That is
pull
of
out.
most importance.
She'll
and
pull out
Be
the.
more on your guard than normal.
She'll pull out the photo she drew and like we'll put it on the table. Do any of you recognize her as well?
Yep.
Which photo?
She drew a picture of the dream visitor from way back when. That was in all of our dreams
our
the
first
first
week
night
of
we were
class.
there.
Can you
Uh-huh.
repost the...
I would have to, let's see if I have a description. I think that was red hair, green eyes, and fancy medieval dress.
One of our three gingers.
Yeah.
Gilly.
We all have the same dream, so the answer is yes if that's what you're looking for. Well,
Yeah.
all dreamed of her.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one. That was the same night I saw, well, I guess proof that Nissa could summon the demon.
Hmm.
Because, I don't know about you guys, but this is some freaky shit that we all saw this.
It seems to track with whatever's going on here, but
Yeah, I don't know about it. I don't know who that is.
I don't know her.
I
To be
feel
fair.
like you guys with the Kalishtar bloodline have a better chance than the rest of us.
I will ask my ancestors later.
I wish I could, but the only person I see is silent all the time.
what does that mean?
I don't know. Every time it appears to me, it looks like the guy I killed at the bar. But he doesn't say anything. He just gestures at memories that I have. And then, occasionally he might say one thing that somehow sums it all up. It's really weird. Call him Silent Vomit.
Okay. Well then, we'll ignore that.
Oh, does anyone have any idea why RQ wouldn't want us to see this? I know why Elara wouldn't, but
RQ asked for us to be shown these documents, no?
He said he disagreed.
Yeah.
No, I thought he just...
No, incorrect.
He...
Incorrect.
This
He
is his
didn't want-
friend.
Yeah. He asked for you all to see this document. He doesn't
Mhm.
want you to see the medical bay stuff.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I had that mixed up, my bad. Then.
All God, just God talking. Correcting your
Yeah.
guys' subconscious
That's-
memes.
Thank you, blessed one. Oh, thank
No
you.
Mandela effect.
Not
There's
the
just
just
stories
talking.
ellipsis here. No, you got that wrong.
Incorrect.
Um,
But anyways, continuing.
yeah.
Well, it confirms that we were picked for a reason outside of what they saw.
It seems like we were
Yeah.
picked exclusively because
that-
Lara wanted us.
And
Wait a minute.
Wanted
More-
you.
more so, RQ wants us to know exactly how dangerous she is.
Mm-hmm. By the way, which one of us got that injection?
Tasha
Tasha.
is the only one in 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Then.
It also proves that me going to jail was a setup.
Same.
I mean, I
Same
could have
here.
told you that.
I mean,
Well, I thought that I was being set up by the other side.
Mm.
It's supposed to be a quick job in and out, not 2 years later for a guy who'd already been extracted for Team 18's basement.
Yeah. But who would ever double cross you?
I mean, I have my
I know
bosses
that's what you
too.
can do. I mean, I guess that's fair. Hmm. Hey, Stocking, I really hate to ask this, but this is the first time that we've actually had closed doors and closed mics and all that.
Are the mics
You want
closed?
to talk about last night?
as far as we know, that's what they say.
That's what they say.
I wouldn't trust that. We are completely alone.
True, but if RQ wanted us to hear this, and if this is supposed to be classified, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like what's going on either.
I doubt that.
Maybe he's afraid.
Could
Wouldn't
be.
that be great?
Maybe. I don't know. Guess I'm just thinking out loud.
Being
Incidentally,
awfully optimistic, lyric, and it is a good quality to have, but not ideal for this situation.
And it's not really optimism, it's just that I can't think of very many things right now. There's a lot on my mind with everything we just read, and to be completely honest, I don't really care about anyone outside of this room at the moment. Oh, except for three, but I don't really know where I stand with those three at the moment.
well, since we're here and alone and all that, perhaps we could. Maybe now would be a good time to point out that Elara has been noted for her emotional mimicry.
I say in quotes.
Uh, so, if you haven't already thought about ditching your relationship with her, I think it's a good idea.
Oh, she seemed
Honestly,
reasonable when I met her.
honest to God, I asked Stalkin about that the other night, and then he looks at Stalkin. I need to talk to you in the gym more. Then he like turns back and he goes, if I'm being completely honest, I'm surprised that the reason why the car shifted wasn't because we kind of had that talk, or at least I hope she got it. I She got really weird with me after the call, but I tried to let her know that I was kind of. I mean, I can't. All things considered, I can't give myself to someone who can forget the extreme trust I threw at her at the very beginning of this whole debacle, just because we were afraid for her safety. Who gets mad because someone wants to be, I don't know, worried about them? Stupid, stupid. It's just like I almost pouts about it, but then he looks down. It's honestly probably for the benefit of his faith. Things got confusing as of late. He just he doesn't do anything to like nudge towards any direction. He is delighted that he's still standing next to someone.
I mean, it seems like she has special interest in you, according to this.
Why would she have special interest in me?
The he that's repeatedly referenced, that's you.
Are you sure
It's not
about that?
Quentin.
The context
I
clues
thought,
say that.
I thought it was Quentin.
Uh, well, it said Kalishtar. Quentin was already introduced at that point. Uh, there are a few other things
Mm,
that seem to point towards that.
why the hell did she know anything about me?
Apparently, our core eyes are linked.
Hmm.
At least
Hmm.
that's what I gathered.
So would that explain, with her sleep patterns and the Callistraw links, would that explain um how Wade and Connor had a misunderstanding?
I don't think
Oh,
so.
you know what I mean. I, did you walk into my room that night?
I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. And have you ever had a moment like that before?
Not that I am aware of.
And I've never dreamed before either. And that's weird for us. And and then he looks at Starkane, because did all of us have that dream, or was it
We
the
all had
three of
a
us?
dream.
We all had a
Okay,
dream.
Adrian. Okay, never mind, never mind. But yeah, we had dreams. That shouldn't happen. We saw the same lady. That shouldn't happen. And you suddenly sleepwalk for the first time, and mm, wait a minute, are we being tracked in our bodies?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh God,
Which I
why
also
do we
haven't
need
seen
all this
though.
other shit?
Because they want to keep us for test experiments of some sort, or at least for their test experiment.
Hmm. Why do you think she's sick? Why do you think she freed Kippa?
Childhood friends, obviously.
Not childhood
Well, just
friends. Her mentor. Clearly, it was clearly with the fact that she does have these emotional connections to people, specifically her mentors. Both her and RQ would be, or Kipper and RQ would be important to her.
yeah,
Therefore, the
about that.
connection.
That's kind of what bothers me about this whole thing. They keep mentioning things like all she does is mimicry and everything like that, but she goes over the top when it comes to RQ and Quentin.
Yeah, I also thought that was strange.
And I'm sorry, but I'm actually pretty convinced it's not me that they're talking about in this. I mean, she didn't exactly pay any attention to me when we were around, other than catching me at the stairs.
Yes,
If anything, she kind of hung on, literally stuck in.
I'm also not convinced it's you, Lyric, but I can't quite put my finger on why.
Because I'm an idiot.
No, I don't think that's why.
Because we never met before.
That's also not why.
Then why? Oh, was wise. Oh, and he says that like literally, but it probably sounded like a sarcastic shit.
What does I can't quite put my finger on why mean to you exactly?
I don't know. He really doesn't.
Well,
I thought you had talents.
I do. You figured me out. That was the why the whole time.
Hmm. Well, I guess we should. If we don't have anything more we can say about this, should we head out there?
Yeah,
Or
we were told not to be late.
Alrighty. You all head out
Yep.
well, we can't be late.
for a very important date. No.
No time to say goodbye, hello. Sorry, no time to say hello, goodbye. We're late. We're late. We're late.
All right, so I forgot all the drawings on this. I forgot you guys had doodle time in the
How'd you
med
forget?
bay.
Yup.
So anyhow, you all look at the time and see it's 10 o'clock, and almost like as soon as you step out of the door, Lyric, I'll say you noticed it since you noticed it first. You hear the buzz of the camera as it just focuses on the closed door, knowing that you're not in sight of it at all. As you all walk down to the med bay, you see that it's empty. You don't see your teacher Cade anywhere. Good old Dr. Cade. And you see as you walk through some doors, and you see RQ just kind of standing there outside of what looks like an elevator door. And he's like, "You all ready to go?"
where are we going?
"Down to see what Lieutenant Colonel asked for you to see."
All right, yeah.
"Very well." And he scans his badge, and you all walk on into the elevator. And as you all get in the elevator, it starts going down at kind of a slow pace, honestly. Like a few moments go by, and it's just silence in there. And RQ finally like takes a sigh, and he goes, "Team Lead Stockin, if if Elara's hunch is right about you, you know what 3 words you need to remember, right?"
See?
"Well, it's go, eel, and come." And he like pauses for a moment, and he goes, And he looks like anxious. Like you don't even have to roll a check. Like you could tell he just looks anxious and stiff. And he goes, "You all will be seeing some individuals from Team 18's research division. They will not speak to you, and so please do not speak to them. Seeing there's going to be more important people there tonight, including mine and Elara's boss, Lieutenant Colonel Benetine. He'll more than likely try to speak to you, as he asked me to show you all what you're going to see against Major Elara's judgment. I ask, please do not say more than what he asks of you. It's not only looks better for Major Elara if you do respect her as your major and whatnot, you'll also follow what I'm asking now. I'll try my best to be a barrier to you all, as I imagine he'll have a lot of things to talk to me about. So I'll try my best to keep the focus on me while you all witness what you see tonight. But ultimately, you all are people and will do as you seem fit, whether that's fortunately or unfortunately. And you notice he like kind of looks around and then he starts like walking up to all of you, and at some point he gets to Lyric and he's just straightening out all of your guys' uniforms, and he goes, "Take this moment and event tonight as a sign of trust. I'm not sure what type of questions he'll ask, but just be as straight as you can and don't give any additional detail or anything unprofessional. Ultimately, I will make sure he speaks to me first, and then you could just follow my example." Sound good?
Yes,
Real
sir.
quick, do you recognize this person? And pulls up a or shows him the picture she drew.
No, I don't recognize him personally. Is it someone from the case?
No.
My apologies, then. Do you need me to look for them?
I have a feeling they're already dead.
My condolences.
Him
I
is a
didn't know them.
him is a her, right?
Her, yeah.
Well, seems like we'll be arriving soon. But was there anything else you needed to speak to me about?
Um,
Were
I
you ever
guess-
planning on telling us?
About?
The Major?
I'd hoped that it wouldn't be as soon, but I asked Commander Hacker to do that. I figured it was something you guys needed to know if you were going to see what you're going to see tonight.
I had another question for you, but before I ask that, does Commander Hacker not like being observed, like at all?
No. She's most certainly a
Oh.
shut-in, but she's
That
good and
explains that.
diligent. So,
Yeah, she had the camera off earlier, and I was a little. I didn't really
Oh.
know what she was up to at first.
no, that was my request for the cameras to be off, along with audio to be down during that time.
is my heritage the only reason I'm here?
Has nothing to do with your heritage. It just
Well,
goes with that whatever is in Elara spoke to her saying she needed to have you at her side, so she got you there.
How do you
So she
feel
wanted-
about how do you feel about Elara collecting people? Do you think it's for the general good of the people, or do you think it's for her to make her a more lethal weapon?
I think it's definitely for a good cause.
Mm,
What makes you
Don't
say
lie to
that?
yourself.
can I ask? One,
I wanna
should I just
actually
not talk
insight
about down
that.
there?
Whoa. Yes, roll insight. Lyrics, what did you say?
Lyric, just go. I have two questions. First, what? Should I just not talk while we're down there? Because I mean, I'm sure you've heard over the radio all that shit. And uh, two, how do you feel about this? How have you felt about all this?
About you guys seeing this tonight, or about her whole
No,
situation?
yeah, that. How do you view her?
One moment. And he like looks at the watch on his hand and he goes, "Okay. I view her as a person, despite what they tell me and put in the documents. The last thing
Right.
I want is for her to be in this situation, but for us to complete our goal that we have, which I will ask for you to then trust Elara and let her tell you on her own accord. What our goal is very different from what the document is stating. If you can read in between the lines well enough.
I'm not sure if I
Your
can.
goal?
Yes. Our
Which
goal.
I'm not sure if I could read between the lines. I just really wanted to know if I really cared to trust you or not, or follow your orders. I do, and Laura already has it for me since she's gonna free these guys. So yeah,
That actually
I've
going
made
to
my
happen?
decision.
Hmm?
Our freedom, is that actually going to happen, or is that just a carrot?
No, that's real.
Going to insight that.
Me too.
He's being truthful. Lyric, you know for sure. Silas, you can't tell the difference. But like, overall, you both get that he's being genuine.
Oh, Lyric's gonna mind link with RQ really quick, and just ask one last question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when uh win a bet or whatever. Who's who was the Kalishtar in the room? The drunk Kalishtar
Oh,
in the document.
yeah, that was you.
And am I the one that keeps being asked on repeat or mentioned in repeat on this document, or is that Quentin?
No to both.
Is that not Stakin?
In the mind link. Sorry, Sanchi.
Oh, sorry.
You ain't here.
Yeah.
It's okay.
All right, good. That's good on two different fronts. Thank you. And then he breaks the mind link.
All right. And you all slowly start to feel the elevator come to a stop. And he looks at his watch again and he goes, "No more of this conversation." And he starts to type in a code, and the doors open, and you all step out. And as you all are walking in, you see a big, like kind of circular, well, more of like a rectangular, but it has like rounded edges viewing room. And you just hear like every now and then metal banging against the wall. And it's like a loud echoing noise. And RQ hangs back for a moment and then puts his hand on Stockin's shoulder. He's like, "You have to keep it together, you know. I get it's shocking down here, and the elevator gets me sometimes too. But it'll be okay. So don't worry." And you all start to walk in. And you all then notice as you get closer to the viewing room, you see a few people, or the viewing stage, I guess, and get out of the little elevator corridor. You see some people in lab coats standing around. They have their little tablet and they're just like doing lab stuff, just typing on it every now and then and watching and what have you. But as you look down into the room, you see roughly probably 100 bodies lining the back of a wall, majority of them in orange prison suits, blood covering and kind of spewing down. You can put together pretty quick on impact that they're dying on impact. And you see Elara standing in the center, kind of just flinging bodies about as a group of roughly 20 men sitting there and just kind of like screaming in a corner to be let out and like banging on the door and having to run, kind of like a lion chasing wildebeest. Elara is just chasing them and grabbing one at a time, flinging them into a wall, and continuing the cycle. And you guys want to roll a perception check to see if you recognize any of them, be my guess.
I recognize the SCP reference.
Yeah, me too.
You said history check?
Yeah.
Franklin.
Any of them.
Yeah, most of them.
So, perception wise, you all get a good enough look at them and clearly notice that they're definitely prisoners. You don't recognize them any personally or anything of that nature, but you could tell that like they're deformed. There's just a weird deformity they all have. They all are kind of elongated and are missing some hair and just they look a little off. They look a little stretched. And
Yeah,
but outside of that, that's about it. And as you all follow RQ, you see a decorated man kind of in a long coat. He's drinking some tea off of a little like teacup and saucer. He has a little assistant by his side, just brown hair, brown eyes, nothing of note. And you all see RQ stand next to him, and you all kind of file in the line that you're in. And he says, "Good evening, Lieutenant Colonel Benetine." And as he stands next to the old man, I will show you all, not really old, I'll show you him.
I feel I've seen this picture
Da-da-da-da.
before.
Maybe.
Well, thought.
And he's holding his teacup and he takes a sip and he goes, "Call me father, boy." You don't have to be so formal with me. I tell you every time, as he like slaps his back. And RQ stands pretty firm and stiff. And he goes, you're married to my daughter after all. How is my dear Rose? Is she doing well with the baby?" "Yes, sir. I have not heard anything out of the ordinary with her." "Well, she told me you haven't been home that much. She wants a son, you know. You better get home, Ryland boy. Don't you want to have a little boy to raise and play ball with?" "Sir, I've been pretty busy with my last job in Greasor and assisting Major Elara with her new teams." "Oh, that's right. How can I forget? How are they doing? How's your brother coming along with the training? I'm sure you've been thrilled to see him on the right path like you." And you notice a pause as RQ just kind of stands there for a moment. He goes, "Lieutenant Colonel Benetine, my brother is doing well. He's the team lead of Team B and is excelling in all of his training. He's doing so well that other teams have already been looking at recruiting him as once training is over. I imagine not only Major Alara will have to approve, but ultimately you. So I'll leave that in your hands. While I'm sure the view below looks similar to most weeks, is captivating. As for the other members on the team, I did bring them down as you ordered to see the captivating scene below. They are all adjusting well and doing passable jobs in their training courses." "Oh, how could I forget? I did ask you to do that. Going against my daughter and all of that. Silly me." He grins as he hands the teacup to his little assistant. And he goes, "Let me talk to them, Ryland boy." And he just kind of glances over and nods as he takes a step back. And Colonel Benetine walks closer up to you. He's like, "Well, well, it's A team of T-17. My sweet Elara has spoken very highly of you. She said you all show such promise that she didn't want you to see below just yet, but I told her, doubting your strength, then show them." And he grins like kind of devilishly and goes, "I know I raised her better than that, than to be so soft. What are your thoughts on Major Alara? Is she being a good major? What do you think of the sight below? These are just the opening acts, though. Don't worry, we're just getting her warmed up. We haven't even hit the headliner yet. I think you all in particular will be very excited to see it. But tell me, what are your thoughts?"
She is remarkable.
Oh. Sounds like she's doing her job then. The rest of you?
Hakeem kind of takes a deep breath and recenters himself. It's a lot. I guess we're still going to see Elara,
Oh,
right?
of course, of course, of course. She'll just need a few days of resting, usually, I think. Right, Ryland boy? As he, like, slaps him, he goes, yes, sir. So, she doing good as a major? Is there anything we need to do better?
She is doing fine.
Wonderful. I love to hear it. It's so good. Beautiful.
And
Wonderful times.
that's just to like keep a straight face at this point. He's
Yep.
complete blank, more or less.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of all look, not even looking at him, just looking at the view below. Like, please no, please no. And yep. So he walks over and he's like, "Oh, she's been at this for a while now. Looks like the main event's gonna start soon. It seems." As he walks back over to his assistant and grabs his little cup of tea and his saucer, and he's standing there and whatnot, and finally the final person kind of dies. R.I.P. them. We'll see who's last. You guys can take a guess who's going to be the last one standing while we slowly
Money's
go
on
through.
Gash. Gash Bell.
No,
Naruto!
Ah!
Kermie!
Y'all are
Pizza Franklin!
I guess I got Naruto.
Oh, that's my too!
You know what? No, it's gonna be Bob. It's gonna be Bob. I feel it in my
I'm
bones.
sorry, Dad.
Bob's already dead.
Naruto.
That was my first guess!
Obviously, Naruto. It's the Shadow Clones. He's-
You have to remember,
And at
magic doesn't
this
exist.
point-
He's just a brat.
And at this
Oh.
point, you guys hear like a long, like,
He's just a
as
cosplayer.
the door starts to open and Elara tosses the head that she just easily kind of ripped off of poor little Naruto and just tosses it behind her as the door echoes kind of
Now
in
we'll
front of
never get
her in this
Boruto.
direction. Nope, thank God. At least don't animate it.
The
But
timeline,
anyway.
it's changed.
Oh no, look at me ruining all the timelines. She tosses the head. Everyone roll an insight for me.
Ah, nice.
Hold on, I have to find my character sheet. Insight.
I don't like that.
Lyric reading when it counts.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So everyone besides Silas, unfortunately,
All good.
Silas,
Makes sense.
you just notice
Yeah.
a difference in the air. That's about all you know. But the rest of you, including Lyric in particular, round of applause for him. The
Yay!
room fills with an aura, and you notice all of the hums of the electricity, anything kind of going on, has just kind of gone silent. And as the door opens, you feel this tension, and you just feel this energy radiating kind of off of Elara. And walks out a very familiar face. They look a lot buffer than you remember. Their hair's a little bit longer.
And he
Maybe
was
they're
already
even a
so
little
buff.
elongated. Tasha walks out.
Yeah.
And he definitely has more scars on his body, and he's just overall big. Like, he is longer, but he has more muscle on it, where the other people looked very scrangly and whatnot. And almost immediately, as soon as he comes out, they are both just at it like dogs. They are just like literally on top of each other, biting, scratching, throwing. It is chaos, utter chaos down there. And all of you kind of hear he's like, "Come on, Elara, stop holding back." You hear the lieutenant colonel kind of like beating his little teacup on the saucer every now and then because he's like annoyed. And he's just like, "Come on, you got this." And moments go by, and then you see him like relax, and he goes, "There you go. Can everyone roll a charisma saving throw for me?"
Oh no, poor Stacky.
Yay. Oh wait. Okay.
Ugh.
All of you fail. Um,
Yeah.
so what ultimately ends up happening before you guys even fully understand what's happening in front of you, the lights start to flicker and you hear the glass cracking. And Silith, you naturally just kind of like jump and like go to hide your face in the first thing you see, which just happens to be Lyric's shoulder. Lyric, you're just frozen. You can't really move. Sanchi,
I have
you
I have a like I know that by rules as written it doesn't apply, but by the name of the ability, would this potentially give me a advantage if I sense
uh
danger?
I'll say you can have a it's not necessarily like a well, I guess it's kind of dangerous. So yeah, you can roll another one.
Well,
You
I
still
did
fail.
my best.
Sorry.
It's identical.
So you kind of like puff up and you almost like flutter to the back of the aisle and you kind of almost get on the ceiling and just kind of like puff up in a defensive stance. And Sakin, you stand there completely frozen and very similar to Lyric. And the moments go by and finally it kind of hits what's in front of your face as you all hear the glass kind of shatter first almost or start to crack, and then when you blink almost you come back and you have this in front of your face. And
Oh, wonderful.
at that moment, if you want to see an unblurred version, let me know, but because I got it. But I made it blurry because the glass is there, but if you
That's
want to see
fair.
unblurred, because why not, there you go.
Yeah.
And
Woo!
ultimately, you all see that in front of you, and Sakin, in front of your eyes, it kind of goes black for a second, and you just feel like your head kind of sink into a shoulder or like the nape of a neck kind of shouldery area as RQ stands in front of you after like what honestly has been 10 seconds, but has been mere milliseconds to you all. And he just says, go. And Elara just kicks off from the wall, diving right back on top of Tasha and pretty much continuing their very bloody and brutal fight. And RQ steps aside as you all start to calm down and he looks back at you and stands over to the lieutenant colonel and he goes, I have to go down there soon. Can you escort them back to their quarters, Lieutenant Colonel Benetine? I believe they've seen mostly everything they need to see tonight. And he goes, yes, of course. It seems as though my sweet Alara was maybe right. We'll see, unfortunately, but you may get to be a major soon enough, son in law. She's just toying with him now, so go and, end it before she kills him. He seems like the most promising one yet. Fierce and bold, I like it, but still too weak for my sweet Alara. He smiles, and RQ kind of walks off and out of sight for now. And the lieutenant colonel walks closer to you all. And we'll get off the spooky screen because she's not there anymore. She's down there beating the shit out of him, and RQ is gone for the foreseeable moment. And ultimately, you see him leave, and he steps closer to you all. Good old Lieutenant Colonel. And he goes, in a very different tone of voice than he's used all night. So, do you think someone could still kill her so easily?
No, sir.
Vic looks over at him. You guys keep it here.
Depends on the situation, truly.
And
Everyone has a bad day.
as you all just kind of sit there and answer that, you just kind of see Alara sitting on top of Tasha's chest at this point and just kind of punching his face in repeatedly until you see RQ walk into the arena, which means I guess I got to get him off of that dumb layer I put him on for some reason. um like he wasn't going to be walking in. So he walks in and immediately you notice she goes bolting for him. Tasha's just laying there. Homie looks not
Bad.
slurry, but his face ain't looking pretty. That's for sure. And you see Major Elara just come bolting at RQ, and as she goes to kind of go in head first, he just kind of flips her around real quick to where her back is against his chest, and he kind of puts her in a chokehold almost. And she just bites into this dude's arm. And you see her spit out a whole chunk, and then you see him stab her with a needle, and she just starts screaming, "I'm sorry," and whatnot. And she slowly kind of starts to calm down and go to a limp state. And he tells her, "It's okay, Elara," as kind of a sorrowed, pained look is on his face. You can just see it as if you're standing right next to them. And she goes limp, and he stands up and slings her over his right shoulder. And a group of researchers come running out behind him. A group of four go running to grab Tasha because he's and the other three come running up to RQ. Two of them start bandaging his arm pretty quickly and, trying to stop it from bleeding, though it's literally missing a chunk. And the other one's just kind of drawing blood from Elara and standing there. And the lieutenant colonel kind of sighs and goes, "Well, the show's over. Let's go." And he hands his teacup to his little assistant again, and he starts walking towards the elevator.
Could I like try to guess his age from like a perception or an insight check or anything?
Sure.
Perception.
He's over 60.
Okay.
So you all get to the elevator, and you're in there with him. His little assistant's not with him. Well, yes, he is. I'm sorry, I lied. I forgot that he was in my notes. His dumb little assistant, Officer LaFleur. But anyways, or Lamore, sorry. But anyways,
No.
he's stands in there, and he's just kind of pressing some buttons on it, and it starts to go up, and he's just kind of whistling to himself for a moment. And then he talks. He goes, "Well, I have a question for you all, if you don't mind answering. What is it that you fear the most?"
Nothing really anymore. Kind of faced my only fear recently.
The rest of you?
Losing myself.
I find hawks unsettling.
I
That
guess
has
I
to
should
agree
say.
with Stalkeen.
Interesting.
Oh God, I didn't convince anyone.
Right. Well, you should ask.
It's really Falcons.
He like chuckles a little. He's like, "You surely should ask Commander Ryland what he fears the most. It would be beneficial for you to learn that. Seeing none of you have the right answer, it tells me my sweet Elara is doing a good job. Regardless, I'm glad you all saw tonight." And the elevator continues to go up. Do you guys say anything to him? Or ask anything?
I wish to. We're gonna ask him straight up. What do you view as the right answer?
It's too easy to tell you all. So I would recommend asking Commander Ryland. My Ryland boy, as I call him. He'll tell you what the right answer is.
What is it that you fear then?
Well, I can't tell you that. It's the correct answer. You are a clever one, Stalkeen. A clever one indeed.
Being put in the room with them?
With who?
Would you be
My
capable?
sweet Elara? No, I don't fear that most.
Would it by chance
Mm.
have to do with something involving our history that's been forgotten? Or swept under the rug, rather?
It could. It depends on the context.
Mm-hmm.
But
Him, maybe?
depends on the context again, unfortunately. Whoever him is. But well,
If you,
you all will learn.
have you? Wait. Never mind.
Very well.
Silith will go ahead and pull out the drawing yet again and show it to him. Do you recognize this person?
And he looks at it for a good while. And you see his like eyes squeeze. He's like, "Can I hold it?"
Yes.
And he grabs it and looks at it for a long while, and he goes, "No, I don't know who she is." And he hands it back. Is this a
Okay.
friend of yours?
Something like that.
A tear rolls down his eye as he recognizes his old sister. And then he's just like, Gilly. No, I
was
don't
gonna say, wait
recognize
for it
her.
to be like Elara's mom or something.
He says nothing, but no.
I banged her.
Hey,
Oh.
wait a
Easy.
second.
Hold
If
on.
Silith and Lyric can't,
Oh, yeah.
Well,
There looks at the Lieutenant Colonel, and then asks, "Can I be honest with you? I haven't been doing really well, and I wasn't exactly. Well, her sister didn't exactly have any way of controlling me either. What the hell am I doing here? As far as I can tell, you're the boss or something, and figure maybe you could give me an answer.
well,
And since I technically know, I should roll a deception, I think. Oh.
oh, Lyric not rolling when it matters most. And he looks and he goes, "Well, it was in a briefing a few months ago that my sweet Elara would take over pretty much control on who she wanted on the team. So if she wanted you here, she wanted you here. I was on the council and I approved it. I trust my sweet daughter."
I'm gonna
Oh, look.
insight the way he constantly calls her sweet.
Go for it.
oof.
That doesn't matter.
You think she is the sweetest person.
With
You
a
both.
13, does that change?
Like,
You know what? Good
know
point.
that he is just, that's kind of what he does. You just realize that's his inflection. He just gives like additional nouns or adjectives to names. And
What does
Sanchi,
he think of her?
you can tell that he chose this one very much on purpose. He knows the last word she should be is sweet. But since it's his daughter, he thought it was funny.
Mhm. So he's but do I get the feeling that he's also maybe more afraid of her than he lets on?
Oh, yeah. Yes. But the elevator arrives and you hear the little ding.
As we step off, I
Okay.
say,
Well, she's not as terrifying as a falcon, you know.
Oh, I'm sure in your world. And you hear Cade kind of like step out and he goes, "Goodness, Lieutenant Colonel Bennettine and Team 17. What a pleasure to see you this evening. Everything go well?" "Indeed, Cade. Have a good evening." As he like nods to you all and he walks off. And as the door closes and Cade looks at all of you, he's like, "Goodness, that must have been a shock to you all. Do you need a moment to rest? We have a few open beds."
Are you guys
Silith will,
alright?
how
Silith
far?
will go wherever like the closest like trash can is and start throwing up.
That's fair.
I feel like
Lyric
kinda
will go
looks-
and like Lyric will go behind her and like rub her back as
pat.
it comes out, trying to help keep her hair out of it. I know it's short, but like, I can get in there.
I mean, Sanchi hasn't experienced this level, but I mean, Sanchi's seen some stuff.
Yeah.
Sanchi's done some
Lyric has
stuff.
done some stuff.
I'll
Lyric did
take
stuff
that
at
as
a
a yes.
church.
I'll take that
Stocking
as a
goes to
yes.
leave.
Good evening, Team Lead Stocking. I'll get water for you, Cadet Silith. And he like goes and grabs like a bottle of water for all three of you, and he goes, "If you guys need it, or if you need anything else, I'm here."
When she's done, she'll drink the water and kind of freshen up. Odd question. Where would I find, or is there anywhere on the base that I can get some candles for religious reasons?
We usually don't allow fire in the base, but I'm sure there could be accommodations possibly since you are Team 17. I can put in a request for you, or you could request it with your commanding officers.
He seems preoccupied right now. If you could put in the request for me, it would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. And he kind of walks off and goes and does that and gives you guys some space alone, you three.
Are you gonna be all right?
Yes, I'll be fine. Maybe. I think.
All right. I'm here if you need anything. Yeah. That had to be a lot to see for you, right?
I don't want to talk about it right now.
All right. That's fine.
And Sanchi comes over and also gives Silith a comforting pat, but doesn't say anything.
That's actually really nice of Sanchi.
Aww.
Thank you, Sanchi's very nice.
So cute. And after you all kind of calm and settle down, you all head back to the room. And Stocking, where did you go? Did you just go straight back to the rooms?
Yeah, Stocking needed a moment just away from literally everyone.
Yeah. So you go to the bedroom and your bedroom and immediately just kind of go there without even looking at kind of if anyone's out and about. The rest of
Mm-mm.
you come in and you see Spears just kind of sitting down, like reading some stuff. And he sees you all coming. He's like, "Good evening." I think it's a little late, but good night seems weird to say. Good evening.
Good evening.
You really have started to come out of your shell,
It's just his hour of the day.
That
huh? Every hour is Spear's hour of the day. At least until we got here, anyways.
fair. I guess it's good not to feel like I need to be in survival all the time.
Sorry I didn't cover your back enough.
I didn't trust you anyways at that time, really, but
Fair.
it's fine.
Took me a while to trust you. But I guess you were one of the first.
I'm glad to hear. How was your guys' night? You look rough.
So good.
Silent's not gonna say anything and go into her room and grab the pack of cigarettes and start heading towards wherever the exit is to get whatever amount of outside she can.
Yeah.
You ever wonder why you're on this team?
You ever wonder why we're here?
Yeah.
Well, I imagine it's because I got through whatever interviews we did. Why?
Hmm. No, that's a bold take.
Well,
Awfully, myopic.
why? Why do you think I'm on the team?
I don't know. That's just felt like it would be a
Because
good
you're a
question
really
to
good
ask
shot.
yourself.
Yes, I guess I am. Good shot, good at hacking, kind of excelling here, but I think I just
Vibing.
have. I just think I have a good And he like pauses, commanding officer, commander.
Did you
Nix?
did you read the book club book?
No, I haven't had a chance, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Sanchi.
You might find it interesting what's at the end.
I'll be sure to look into it. But I've been just focusing on my studies mostly. Lyric, you were going to say something?
Just that I'm happy this place is doing good for you. And then he walks by, Spears heading towards the training room, not the gym, but like if I remember right, there's supposed to be a training room behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And as he passes Spears, he just pats him on the shoulder and goes, "It's really good to see you coming like this, you know."
Well, I have a bit of a reputation, I hear, but thank you.
A reputation, everyone. As far as I can care, they can all kiss my ass if it's bad. And then he walks away.
Each their own.
What, what is that? Oh, whatever. He keeps walking.
Well, Sanchi, are you gonna go off unexplicitly to a room?
Are you inviting me?
I hope you're not
Oof.
thinking I want that, but no, I was just sitting here studying.
I mean, it's an open marriage, but okay. Don't get the wrong idea.
Well, I'm not interested in that right now, or any relationship of that nature.
Great. Me either.
And
That's good.
she waddles away, waddle waddle.
And he just kind of like stands there. He's like, okay. And just kind of sits back down. So, Silith, you go outside. What you doing outside?
She's actually going to smoke a cigarette for once.
Great.
And then meditate trying to communicate with her mom specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
just more or less actually trying to look into what happened to her mom, because that is a subject she has never touched.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair. And so we'll let you do that for a time being.
Yep.
You go to the training room behind the gym, Lyric.
Yeah. You said there was one behind there.
Yeah. So it's going to be
Yeah.
the same image. Sorry, they are not here. Stockeen's crying in his room. All right.
He's having a mental breakdown.
Yep.
Big difference. I don't think
He's
crying yet.
He's doing the full Stewie Griffin, like, oh, I better go to bed now. Turns the cover over. Just calling it a day. But all right, so Lyric, you go to the gym and you go into the training room and you notice that someone's in there. A familiar face, if you would.
Oh boy.
Connor's in there. And you see him just kind of like practicing stuff, fitnessy stuff, fighting stuff. And he hears the door open and looks over and wipes off some sweat and he goes, long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We hear that's a good song.
Oh, I actually have to agree. I've been trying to look up music lately, and I've had some varying degrees of success. I came across that one in particular.
Nice.
Pretty damn good, if I say so myself.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's up? Why are you here?
I just feel like I need a lot of improvement. I don't want to get in anybody's way. Actually, now that I'm thinking about that, then he like kind of turns a little bit violent. I might need your advice. Maybe Wade's too at some point.
You're better off asking me. Wade's too busy doing whatever he does right now.
Oh, I know, not right now. Can't do anything about it anyways at the moment. And his was something a little different.
Yeah.
So did the conversation get translated? And you know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I
about where
think.
she straddled you.
Y- Okay, do you guys have cameras in our rooms?
No, we can just see. You
What
guys
do you
haven't
mean
been
you
on
can
the other
see?
side yet. The tracking device they put in you, it doesn't. We literally get to see, hear everything you guys do.
You can see what we see?
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so many things that you guys. I'm sorry for anything you saw after the first date.
We
Because
see you
never
when you're
slept, and I
peeing.
had to take care of myself.
To each their own. We don't really, we weren't checking in that much. It was more so just when, we were
When
having
things
to
got.
make sure, more so when, as the instructions were, which I don't think are a secret. And he like pauses. He goes, I'm not the best to ask on the technicality, but we were pretty much told if a Major Elara wasn't around, then we were supposed to at least check in, keep an eye, make sure you guys weren't doing anything. And the audio played in the room pretty much the whole time.
Oh my god. And of course you guys heard. But you know what? This might be helpful. I have no idea what I'm doing, alright? Like, up until yesterday, I thought that she kind of tolerated me like Spears, and she was just really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like, how did you approach Wade? Like, how the hell did you guys just want to, or how do you do? How do you do?
Um, and he pauses, and you see him like kind of get flushed for a second. Uh, well, I thought he looked cute when he dropped the soap, but ultimately, outside of that moment, I
That's not a
just
flattering angle.
I just kind of
Yes, it is.
spoke to him
I,
and just went from there. I mean, the situation was much different. Um, I don't think Wade's the best example, and I mean, I'm not the best relationship person. It's kind of the first time I've ever been truly monogamous, but I
See,
guess
that's another thing. I've never even like been in an actual relationship, so I have no idea like how anything even happened, and I don't even know if anything can happen. Like, had the conversation, and I'm not
I
gonna try to ask you to like walk me through anything. I just when every day is, how do you fit in something to try to not overload another person, and how I don't know. Fuck that.
personally, I'm more of an organic man and just kind of let it happen, but I mean, I don't think relationships are the best thing to have in this industry, I guess, or in this current situation. I think me and Wade definitely had, I think what's classified or what Spears told me was a trauma bond of sorts. And I don't think it's the healthiest thing, but we're not unhappy. We're not being unhealthy about it. It's just the start was we both were in jail. Opportunity arose, and well, we took it. But since coming here, I think Wade and I just knew that we were a sense of comfort for each other, and however you choose to comfort each other is up to you. Wade's very physical, and I'm not going to complain. And he's the one that's having the most trouble adjusting, I guess, or something. I don't know. Wade is a very bingy kind of person. He's either all in or not at all. So it's been an adjustment, and I've just been kind of there for him. And it's just kind of an unspoken agreement. But I think trying to force something to happen is not the wisest thing to do. And if it
I
wasn't
feel ya.
Wade, I'd recommend not dating coworkers. They never went well in my previous jobs. Usually one of them died. So,
Mm, fair. And to be honest, uh, the one thing I can't really relate to you on is the idea of any time being good. I haven't really lived a life that's had I'd say, good timing for any of this.
Well, if you
And I don't
believe
want to
it.
force it either, but I don't know. I want to do things like you say. I want to do it organically. But I'm just not sure I'm very confident in what I think is right and wrong at the moment.
Dare I say this, but I
And
don't think you are. Maybe I can say this because of the type of relationship I'm in, but maybe you're not the one that is the most assertive, and maybe keep it that way. It seems like
I,
opportunity falls in your lap, and I think that'd be a good method for you to go
Lyrics the bottom.
with.
I, the,
Quite
like Lyric actually has like a mind blow about this because this is the first time anyone's ever said to him that he's not the assertive one. Um, and Lyric just takes a second and thinks, I think I'm right. I think I'm happy I asked you. I know you said you're not the best to ask, but my only other options are an owl with an O. Okay, that's not my business to say, but a married lady whose husband I can't ask how he did things, stalking, who I'm pretty sure you could win the lottery before he tells you anything about how he feels. Yeah,
Well,
my options are my options for advice around this place aren't great, and you've got the healthiest relationship I've seen. Oh my God, in over 2 decades.
I'm sorry that we're the example, but um, no, I just kind of. I don't want to sound creepy about it, but I just kind of let Wade tell me or watch what he needs. I can tell when he needs someone that's a little bit more present and making the decisions when he's overwhelmed, and I can see when he's the one that wants to do that. So I
I
just
can
know
only
the
hope to be
person.
so insightful.
Well, you learn a lot of
If it
things
doesn't
when you have
happen,
the relationship we have. But
yeah,
in any moment's a chance of communication. It just depends if you know the language.
yeah. And if it doesn't work out, I won't. Well, I don't hold anything against anybody. Mm.
Well,
I've
I'd
also
hope
never
not.
felt this way, so of course that's why I punched somebody other than Wade when he rejected me. Can't be mad
Well,
at him for not. Oh, all that and so much alcohol. Oh my God, Elara still has my flask.
well,
Uh,
haven't seen her in a while, so I hope she's doing okay. Last I knew, she got back around, oh God, it was late into the night, like 4 a.m. or something. But
she'll be around again eventually.
that's good. I imagine it's just paperwork.
Yeah, sure, probably. I don't know. Maybe she's yelling at somebody.
Well, I'm gonna go
Maybe
and
he just
take a
like has a quick
shower.
flash.
Can't leave
All
Wade
right.
tied up for too long. And he just kind of walks out whistling. Do, 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 do,
Did he
do.
just say? Vic shrugs it off and starts training with his blades,
Good on ya.
not
Look
cutting
at that.
himself this time.
Look at those blade skills. Wow, And flipping back to outside land,
Oh boy.
you get no response from your mom. Silence of the lambs.
Alrighty.
Please try again tomorrow.
You'll have a
Oh.
second cigarette and then go inside.
Alrighty. And you walk back inside. And you see Spears sitting there. Still just kind of like reading and doing stuff. Just by himself, kind of in the darkness outside of the TV lights. Or the screen lights. Do you say anything to him or do you just go to bed?
She'll go to her room, not to bed.
Okay.
She'll actually pull out her guitar and start messing, well, lute and start messing with it.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, and I think everyone then goes to sleep in some regard at some point, maybe.
Lyric will go take a shower, but he's gonna go to bed late. He just can't really close his eyes.
That's fair. If you guys sleep at all.
If the dreams
And
we have at all.
true.
Yeah,
And
Stackine,
then
before going to bed, make sure he does lots of meditations, and then he also he's hyperventilating, but also like kind of scratching his head and making sure like he does a lot of stretches and mental health things.
mm-hmm. All
For
right.
Stackine.
And you all go eepy. Honk shoe, breastless honk shoe. And and it's morning
Oh.
time.
Boy.
Classes and brekkie. So you guys go and grab your breakfast and what have you. Nothing eventful happens at brekkie time, but it's classes. So let's go.
Oh, great.
I believe in y'all.
Yup.
Let's class it up.
I don't. I did not have a prepared last class.
I'm sure that this restful night has served you well.
Same
Apparently.
as last time.
I believe in you, Lyric.
Do you believe in yourself?
No.
I believe in the lyric that believes in himself.
Second class.
Please hold.
I believe in the me that believes in Yaoyorozu.
Cha cha cha.
Woo!
Yes!
Ooh.
Better day for you.
Go
I don't know
you.
what I'm gonna even get for that. Actually, never mind.
No, you get a good class day. You did that breakfast
Yeah.
didn't kick in at first. So,
Look at that, Lyric.
all right. Third class after lunch.
Oop.
Oof.
Um,
Sanji, you're having a rough one.
Look, you're supposed to take a rest day. This is mine.
Yeah, clearly. Oh my god.
Oof.
Oh wait, I did a wrong roll. I did a wrong roll. I get to go again. Shame finding out, but it's still my worst stat. So.
Yep.
Nice job.
I was gonna say, hold on.
Oh, it's not my worst stat. That's a lie.
3. All right, fourth class.
This is my worst stat.
Oh god.
Int.
11, 15, 16, intelligence 10, intelligence 14. Work. Okie dokie. And final class of the day. Ding 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 ding.
Wait, I thought didn't we still have two?
Oh.
There's a
Wisdom's how
wisdom.
we- Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do my constitution.
Yeah.
Silith is still very icky about blood right now, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah,
Rough
dang.
day for Silas.
15, and then
Wisdom, everyone. Wisdom.
There we go.
No, that wasn't
hey, I
bad.
went up one.
All right. Yeah, no. Lyric, you did second best. Congrats.
Yay!
Woo!
Woo!
Sanchi crushed it today, though, with
I
80.
did. Oh,
Yeah.
I had pretty below average rolls for the most part.
Yep. Nope, you did pretty good. Lyric got a 74. Silas got a 66. And Stocking, you got a 64.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
That's the closest I think we've ever been.
Yep.
Probably. And as classes end, what would you guys like to do?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I want to go find our Q.
Okay. Are the rest of you following him?
No.
No, I'm going to ask Silent a question. Whenever
Okay.
like me and her are in the same spot.
Okay.
Okay. Well, where are you two going then?
She'd probably just be hanging around in like the normal like I guess, open space, not really knowing what to do, just
Okay.
kind of staring off blankly.
Sanchi, where are you going?
Um, well, I have to get through that whole booklet of like the hacker course material, so I might still get started.
All right.
I'm being told there's a computer module for it, so I'll just do that.
All righty.
Everybody
Sounds
insists they're the same.
good. And you go into the library and you see that Spears is there. And you guys have a small conversation, and he starts helping you through the modules, and he gives you some help.
Thank goodness.
Yep.
Now, what's a command prompt?
X. X button. Button.
I'm pressing the X button, nothing's happening.
You're doing fine. Just keep pressing it. But
It's
Turning
not.
it off and turning it on again.
Are you sure it shouldn't be Control X or Command X or Alt X or like Doors X?
maybe.
Egg X.
Oh, Egg X.
Ooh.
That's like the Apple equivalent, right?
You know it.
Shell.
Actually not.
I'll say
Windows.
Shellax.
Yolk X.
Shell's a good one.
So, Sakine, you go kind of like wandering about, but the first place you want to go for sure, you kind of looked in the cafeteria just to be safe and whatnot. You go to the office and you see you see a lot of the windows in the room are the like curtains are down and whatnot, and even like the little window on the door as it starts to open, you see that like the shade is pretty much down, but like a small little sliver is still open. And you walk in and you see RQ just kind of at the desk, like rebandaging his arm. And as usual, you now see all the paperwork's done and put away, despite what this image shows. And on the couch, you see, like, for the first time, you notice that RQ doesn't have his jacket on, as you see Elara is, uh, from what you can tell, asleep and has his jacket over her and whatnot. And he kind of looks up and he's like, "Oh, is there something you need?"
Yeah, I was wondering if we could talk for a little bit.
Sure, sit down. Don't worry, she sneaks out of the med bay usually earlier than she's supposed to, and says the couch is the most comfortable sleeping spot in the whole base, so she prefers to sleep there, but she's completely knocked out, so she won't be waking up for at least another day or so.
I'm not sure I trust that. Uh, can we go somewhere just you and I?
I really can't, unfortunately.
Okay.
And he
So,
like finishes up his arm, and then he like kind of looks up and stands up and leans on the desk. What's happening?
well, I had questions regarding what we saw and I guess what was told to us
Sure.
last night. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
First, I guess for posterity's sake, are you all right? You took. She looked like she took quite a bit out of your shoulder.
Well, it's my forearm, but
Nah,
I'm fine.
we were far
It's
away.
it's not the first time it's happened, and you notice his whole arm just kind of has scars on it, like random little bite mark scars all over it, and what have you. And so he's like, it's nothing new, but
Nothing new. How often does this happen?
mm, depends if they want her to go all out or not, which is usually every 3 weeks or so, so once a month.
uh,
Oh,
Once a month. That seems a little much, don't you think? Isn't that a liability?
Not in their eyes.
Hmm. Somehow that shouldn't
Thankfully,
surprise me like it does.
Team 18 has some good medicine, it seems. So, and they usually
Yeah,
find the chunk pretty quick, so I just have to sew it back in most of the time.
you're basically like a quilt, is what you're saying.
Well, at least on my one arm. The rest of me looks normal. That's why I
Hmm.
usually wear my jacket, but it's a little occupied currently.
So I guess getting down to business, they Dr. Benatine said that
Lieutenant Colonel.
sure, whatever. Basically said that you were one of the ones who really wanted to show us the Lara in this state. Why?
I didn't want to show you guys that.
But you were more okay with it. Why didn't you? Why not at least disobey this particular order? It seems like you care a lot about Elara.
I think it goes for our greater goal. And honestly, I'm sure she'll be pissed once she finds out, as she usually is. And that's why I hid the paperwork so I don't have to spend hours reorganizing it. I'd rather her just break another lamp. So I'm already ready to deal with that consequence.
This is the second time you've brought up the greater goal. Do you mind elaborating?
Not in these circumstances.
Right. Right. All ears. All ears. I guess in that case, the him in the document. Care to talk about that?
Sure. What do you have to ask about it?
I have assumptions on who they're talking about, but I would
Same.
love to know your thoughts without me muddling the waters with mine.
So you're wanting me to say who I think it is first.
Yes.
To
Care
confirm
to?
your suspicions?
Very much so.
Glad we're on the same page. Well, I think the easiest way to start this is I don't know for sure, but I am very well aware that I am, in the grand scheme of things, a foster home for Elara. And I think whoever him is definitely where she belongs. And, well, if I was to confirm anything based off of what she told me and what. One moment. And he looks back at his watch and he goes, "Could we talk about it in 10 minutes, maybe?"
I guess.
Great. So, we'll get back to that, but what other questions did you have?
I guess the biggest one I had, the lieutenant colonel mentioned something very odd in the elevator.
Oh dear.
He said to ask you what you're afraid of. So I've come to ask. What are you
right?
afraid of? Being
right is the best answer, and apparently the correct answer in his eyes. As you probably surmounted, the lieutenant colonel is a bit skewed, and he believes while asking the question, it means you as a person are already in a frightful state. So, what do you fear most? Well, you don't feel fear unless you're scared, in a frightful state. And usually what puts people there is whatever their gut's telling them. So, being right. If it's bad, good, whatever the situation is.
I guess that makes sense. And in the elevator, after we got out, before we saw Elara,
Mm-hmm.
you made an attempt to comfort me despite the rumors that you aren't exactly my biggest fan. First, thank you. But second, how much do you know?
Well, and he looks back at his watch. He's like, could we try talking about that in 6 minutes?
Yeah. Whatever
Great.
you need.
You're just gonna let guy with son at home or daughter at home and wife at home go off for 6 minutes and die when he has all the answers for you?
And you all just kind
His
of
name, in my defense, his name is not gonna makey.
Sorry, that's a fair point I hadn't considered.
Yep.
God, no. And so the time passes, and he then looks at his watch and he goes, "Sorry, I had to wait for Commander Hacker." Um, Regardless to your second question, everything I know, Elara briefed me on the 9,000 plus hours of footage and stuff she had reviewed on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that was at my request because she was reviewing mainly for Connor, Wade, and Spears, and further looking into them. And as for the who the him is, well, it wasn't stated until she decided to do what she did at base 3, and it was definitely someone she found there. That wasn't really mentioned in the document for reasons
Mm-hmm.
explicitly.
That's what I needed to know.
Glad I could help. Is there
Thank you.
anything else you want to talk about for the next 10 minutes before everything's brought back on?
Before everything's brought back on. Well, I guess in that regard, is that why you didn't trust us to begin with? Because of Elara?
I'm always hesitant of her decisions, yes, but I am aware that more so than not trusting her or you all is I'm aware of what her goal is that she needs to disclose to all of you. And ultimately, she's not the, and she's probably the best to pull it off, but she focuses on her goal and the consequences of that goal. And sometimes she forgets the consequences of those involved, and not just on the first or second degree, but fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's more so I need to be cautious to make sure that those way further down the line that are all in one way are going to be affected by whatever she does. Make sure all of that is as planned out and crystal as she expected it to be.
And has she proven you right, or has she proven you wrong in that regard? In as far as we go.
So far, I haven't had any concerns, but me and her also had a deal, so
Yeah, we're quite aware of your bet.
Not that one, but more so when you all were getting put to base 3, more so the others. We then had to make sure that the roommates or cellmates you guys were getting were people that also fit what we needed them to fit. And that was a challenge in itself, but we got it to work. And ultimately, the deal I had with her was I said she could do all of this if she wants, but she has to get my brother out. So
Shithead.
she did.
Well, I guess then she sees us as pieces to your overall goal, stepping stones, if you will, or you specifically. Are you a stepping stone to get to her goal?
I most certainly am a stepping stone, yes. I'm me and my own personal goals were
Mm-hmm.
extra baggage for her that she had to work around, but it's what she was built to do. So, regardless, her end goal that she wants, she needs all of you with and around, and hopefully compliant, but that's for you all to decide. And after everything that happened, I was very nervous that she had been wrong for the first time. But hopefully, with my intervening of giving you guys answers that you probably wanted and disclosing the information I have, whether it's going to make her angry or whatnot, hopefully that shows you can at least trust me in the matter and in turn trust her.
I guess. But your overall goal,
Mm-hmm.
her overall goal, if you could
Mm-hmm.
be a little more, I guess, forthcoming.
It would be disrespectful to her, but I think you will align with her very well on it.
Mm-hmm. In what way? In order to get my compliance, you at least have to give me something.
What is your goal, Stockeen?
Well, my goal really is to. It's complicated overall, but I guess my goal would be, as petty as it sounds, revenge.
Then I think
But
you all are on the same page. And for the first time ever, you see him smile slightly.
that is a little weird. But I can't say unwelcome.
Good. We have about 30 seconds left, so I'll ask this before they come back on, and you can answer or choose not to. Do you trust me, Stockeen?
In some ways, yes, but you still are a government dog. And of course, if Elara has told you as much as I believe she has, I still have reason not to trust anyone from the government. Been a little burned in that regard before.
Fair enough. And then he just kind of like puts his finger over his mouth. So, the food day that week, really good, right? Yesterday? Did you like the cheat day?
Yeah, I suppose could have been better, but my team, specifically Silith, seemed to enjoy the tacos. If we could have that one or two more times before we have to go on another mission, I'm sure she'd appreciate it, especially after what happened last night.
Well, you guys have at least And he like kind of goes back to the computer and like kind of leans back. He's like, "Well, you got about 2 more weeks of training to do, and then in that time we've already blocked out because they want you to finish the training as soon as possible. So as of now, you guys will be here for another 2 weeks. So
Wonderful.
you know, no missions or anything. It'll just be Monday through Sunday here and whatnot. And who knows if things go well enough, maybe they let you have a Saturday out. But that's far above my decisioning.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like you're pretty middle on the totem pole. I thought you were a little higher up. My apologies.
Well, it's fair. But yeah, I mean, in all reality, I don't have much control over anything currently. I'm a little stuck until we find a more permanent solution for Major Elara.
I
But
think you have a little more control than you realize, but okay.
in some regard, I'm at least married to someone very nice. As he like rolls his eyes and then he just like sits down at the computer. I have more paperwork to do at some point. You should probably get back to your team before they start really questioning where you are.
At this point, I don't think they question too much of what I do anymore.
That could be a bad thing, but
Eh.
to each their own.
To them, I don't believe so. Thank you again for taking the time to talk with me. Again, I'm sorry about your arm.
It's fine. Thank you. And he
And
starts back working.
yep, Stakeen looks at Elara, looks at our queue before he leaves, and walks down the hall.
She's knocked the out.
Yeah.
He is not awake. Not wakey. All right, Sanchi, you
Not
are
gonna
in the
wakey.
training room. Where are you two at? Lyric, Silas, where are you guys at?
I guess
y'all at?
wherever she was going.
I
You
was
going
just
to-
sitting in the common room, like staring off
Okay.
into nothing.
I couldn't remember where
Oh.
you went. So you guys
So,
are.
Lyric walks up and just kind of like sees her staring out and sits next to her, not trying to be too extravagant. He's just literally sees what's going on, sits calmly next to her, and as he does, he leans in slightly and says, "So, I was wondering, and feel free to
As soon as you
shoot this
talk,
down
she
if
like
you don't want to
jumps.
talk about it or anything."
As soon as you talk, she
Look, I
jumps.
know
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I was just wondering if you're okay with it. I couldn't help but notice there was one page missing, and I was wondering if there was anything else from your dreams in that paper.
Um, Page missing? I mean, I did have another
Yeah,
drawing, but
the other day you drew 3. Yeah, I was wondering if it was one of those dreams again.
no.
I kind of saw a couple of things. Hmm?
It,
What was it though?
she'll grab his hand and like lead her to her room.
This is
And
not where I thought this was going, but I'm not gonna complain.
uh, don't take it that way. And she'll
I
rifle
wasn't. Don't
through,
worry. I know who I'm talking to.
and she'll pull out the drawing, and it is a Triton woman, like wearing a collar and holding a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, who's this?
I guess in a way, my girlfriend, ex-girlfriend.
Oh,
If they die, I don't know if that's considered an ex.
holy shit. did not mean to make you think of that again. Or
It's
is
all
it
been
a
on my
nice thing
mind.
to remember her?
Usually it's nice. She made
Good.
4 years of hell feel like a summer's breeze. And she
I'm
just
glad you
kind of
had it
sits
at the time then.
she just sits down on the bed and puts it to her side and kind of just takes a deep breath and like is trying to figure out what to say. She
I don't really know. Oh, go on.
she's the only reason that I am still who I am. She is the reason for my vows. I and she'll take a deep breath and stand up, and I am terrified of ending up like her. Not her, like Elara.
Mm, Lyric takes Silas' hand with both hands and doesn't like really hold it in like a romantic way, but kind of just holds it in like so you can feel the warmth of his hand, sort of way. And he looks at her hand. He looks back at her. You won't.
Don't know
And if
that.
anything, well, I do know that I'll be the one taking the bite marks if you do. Or at least I'll try to.
I don't have a command word.
You don't need one. I don't care if you have one or not. And by the way, about he looks at the picture. I wish I could thank her for what everything she did for you. If you because of her, well, it's a damn shame she's not here. I'm sorry.
And she'll take a second and take a deep breath and take her hand back. And I need to do a wisdom check first. Da 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 da. Okay, so she will summon her full, as much of her full Korai form, which looks like a Wendigo.
And Lyric, oh, go on.
Nope, go ahead. You can have a reaction
Lyric,
first.
Lyric looks at it, and seeing as he doesn't really know much, he just looks at it. So, is this your mother?
And she'll release it and look even more sad. It's the thing that killed my mother.
Oh, and do you have control over it?
Not always.
Well, at least you'll have someone like me around to beat up whenever you need to. And I can heal myself, so it's not too bad.
Oh yeah, I would like to preface this. This has all been a mind link since the bedroom.
Oh yeah, I figured. I actually did figure that because
Okay.
half of his conversations lately have been in their heads. But he he walks over to her bed and sits down and just kind of looks at her. Even with all that, I guess nothing really startles me anymore. If you have this situation going on, if anything like this happens, you you can expect me to be there for you like you were there for me.
And she'll give a slight smile.
And I know we didn't. Well, I don't. Uh, he pulls out his iPad, and his not iPad, his little tablet, and he goes to that little thing that we talked about, Tori. So I don't know how you want to interpret this, but
Hilarious.
Oh
one of the
god.
four things, and as he as he pulls out his tablet, he pulls down a playlist on his little media player, whatever it is, an egg tube or whatever, or Eggify. But and he goes, "Look, I'm decidedly not good at a lot of things, and it seems like you've had a lot of times in your life where everyone else kind of gets to decide things for you, or people that suck and should be dead do that, and I wanted to put you in a position where you are in total control, or at the very least, you have the lead. I'm sorry if this is a little slow. I'm not very good. And I want you to ask me anything you can to try to convince me of what you said the other night. Because from where I'm standing, I'm the monster here. And I don't think either of us should look at ourselves that way.
Have you killed someone you loved? Have you
We-
hurt the other person you've loved?
The other night, I figured out that I insulted the only person I've known love for. Maybe not romantically, but I have nothing that I can go back on to now. I'm coming to terms with that, but I'm coming to terms with it in my own way. And I told you before, I don't really know if I fully understand it, but you were on top of me because I hurt you. You've called yourself a monster to me, but I've been the one that went behind your back. I'm the one that told your secrets because I had that damn. That's why I went to punch myself earlier. I don't know how to unfuck myself, but I do know I want to try to be something better than I was when I got here. Everything is fucked around us. Everyone around us wants to tell secrets or not tell secrets. That's part of the problem. Everyone here wants to just be closed, except for Sonji, I think. But regardless, if we have
Sanchi's been more
anything
than anyone telling you to keep your secrets to yourself.
exactly, but and he at, as the music plays, Tori can decide what it is now.
Oh boy.
Oh God! Never gonna give you
But right, no, hold on.
Yes.
Before the music starts, he just hands out his hands and says, "Remember, you can ask me anything, and I will only give you direct answers unless you want clarity." Which is a word I
Cry
learned
for
recently.
me, Argentina.
Oh
I
my
just figured this would
God.
be a better way than you attacking me, doing something you don't want to do. And I don't know, I guess an added bonus, I'll be close to you. And he kind of turns a little purple.
Oh my God, is this actually the song that I think it? Hold on. Sorry.
Oh
One
no!
moment, please.
Oh no!
It has to
Oh
be
no,
this
oh
song.
no,
Oh
oh
no!
no.
Is this actually? Why is it an anime movie? Why? It should not be the song. Like,
I assume it's an anime movie because that is 95% of the media you consume.
It really shouldn't be. No reason.
I guess while the
It's
ad
so
plays
much
lyrical,
funnier.
I guess while the ad plays lyrical, also just add. If I could give you any sense of normalcy while we're here, I'll try. And if this ends up being a flop, please just tell me immediately. We'll do whatever makes you comfortable.
It needs to have this video with it as well, since you're on
Oh,
Egg
God.
2.
Oh God!
I need you all to see this because I am so confused on the video that plays in the background.
Where is it?
It's so much funnier than it ever should be.
Oh, lean on me.
Give me a second. There's an ad.
You know what's smart?
Fuck.
Truffle butter filet mignon without lifting a.
Oh my god.
Oopsie. I did a couple mistakes.
Oh god.
I don't know why. I don't know who VT creative, but thank you. This shit is hilarious. I just don't. I can't even watch all of it. I will pee myself.
Don't do it.
I was trying to watch it, but then I remembered that audio on my desktop will play in the stream.
Yeah.
So
True.
I'll watch it
But
later.
yeah.
Demonetized.
Yeah.
Oh
God.
god.
I like that it says Vibe Tribe. Like that is the video you see, Silith, that he starts playing.
Vibe Tribe.
And good old Lean On Me by Bill Withers. The slow reverb version.
When you're not strong, then I'll be your friend.
I'll help you carry on.
With the two random anime girls hugging in the background. Which I still don't know why they're there, but whatever.
But they are.
Oh,
Continuing,
really?
Continuing, conclude. Or
You're
did
just
you guys
fated
finish?
to only consume anime content.
Apparently, but
It just knows. It's just like, oh, hey, look, Tori's searching for something on YouTube. Anime.
Right?
Like this is the most un-anime song ever, which is
Right?
why it's even more hilarious. Seeing I've been only listening to like dystopian sleep ambience prepping for this session, I'm lost. I'm lost on why this is the way it is, but whatever. Typical. So anyways, back to serious, because I'm sure the ad's over.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back into it.
Ah,
And
Crap,
they're just waiting there for her to take the lead.
I had something I was gonna say, and then I got distracted by
By
other
Big
people.
There was a lot
Withers.
going on and all that.
Bill Withers ruined it. I'm so sorry.
Oof.
Bill Withers.
God
But
damn it, Bill.
But anyway, so you all have a nice heartfelt moment.
Oh, I figured out what I was gonna say.
Okay, good. I was about to say, no questions, just dancing.
Oh, you're dancing? I don't know
Oh.
if you'd be in that mood.
God. Continue.
And what if I told you you were almost one of my targets? That I had intended to manipulate you and break you like everyone else.
And he'd look at his hand, and he looks at his hand and looks at her. I mean, that's not going to take away the things I felt beforehand. And it doesn't take away from the fact that you're willing to tell me now. Honestly, I don't even know why you'd want to target me. I'm not exactly. Well, you know what? If it was while we were in the prison, I could see exactly why you'd target me. I was kind of a dick. I
Easy
guess
to
I still am.
control, manipulate.
Yeah, but then he looks down and it's not like I'd be useful. I haven't been yet, really. But I'm changing that, hopefully.
And what makes you think that you're as bad as me?
Well, and he looks a little concerned because now he's like, oh, well, I mean, I killed my first person when I was 13. Well, my first person alone. And after that, it's been a whole lot of, well, just that. At the end of the day, you can say you've had a girlfriend, you can say well, you made it out of something human, or Kalistar. And I can only say that I don't know if I'm just the killer that ended up in this place when he should still be in prison, or if I'm actually worth something more than just ends to a means to get rid of a terrible person. I don't really understand what I am, but I know one thing: I haven't felt guilty about a single person I've ever killed, except for the guy that got me here, because as far as I know, he was innocent. And
That the only person who didn't deserve it who died?
well, that's the thing. As of last night, I don't know who or what. I don't really know. I mean, you know what? Maybe I manipulate too. I don't know. I just, when I think about why I even started looking at Elara, I kind of feel like a jackass. You manipulate people however you do, but do you remember when we got to the base?
In what regard?
Well, when we got out there, I was actually nervous about the idea of hitting on anyone. It's, I've been rejected by, as far as I knew, 6 out of the 8 people that are on our team. One of which I wasn't even going for, and I called a stray, which weirdly hurt because I didn't even try to get with him, and I think I ruined our friendship a little bit. Not important. But what is important is when we got there, I couldn't recall anything that was said for a good minute. Rightfully so, because you shot your leg so far up and above your head that I needed to remember why my taboos are important. And while I was thinking that, you put your leg down and reminded me that you weren't interested. So I felt like I needed a distraction, and then you asked me, well, you mentioned Elara, and I thought you were hammering down the nail. I just thought that you were reminding me where we stood. And that's why I've been tracing back some of your behavior and wondering what the I missed or anything like that. But either way, I was literally treating all major like a rebound for someone who I never even had a moment with, as far as I knew. And considering that what we just learned, I kind of feel like a bastard about that. But what makes me feel like more of a bastard than anything was that before you opened my eyes to people, I could have killed any one of you 3 and not cared. I thought everyone in that prison deserved to be there for whatever reason. And since I woke up to your sight, people started to matter a little more. If you used or abused me at least a little bit, or whatever, you could say that I earned it. You could say that I earned it with you for calling you Dancer for years and never knowing your name. You could say it for the way I treat Sanchi and was really mean to her all the time in front of you, or whatever. You think you're a bad person because you manipulate, but I'm a bad person because I fail everyone when I'm trying to do right. And if you have any feeling for me at all, I couldn't even pick up on that. So, what's there to use?
And she'll take a deep breath and look at you for a second with an extremely serious face and be like, do not get the wrong idea about this. And then she'll like pull down her pants to reveal the giant scar underneath her belly. I can't give you a future.
And he looks at her. He doesn't blush. He just, his eyes relax, and he puts his hands on her shoulders and says, "You didn't need to do that if you weren't comfortable." And well, now I know what your vow was. I've. You can't give me a future. The only future that I really would care about with you by my side is whether or not we could. And then he like blushes a lot. If I could hold your hand and maybe if you're feeling good about it whenever, maybe I've never been so bashful. And he like puts one hand on his head, maybe like something on the cheek here and there. And then he just takes a breath. I thought it was something about your tribe that, or your beliefs that you did your vow. So, since that's not the case, and he takes a deep breath, and even though it's not out loud, he says it like he's saying it loud and proud. I am Lyric Starfell, the wandering peace, disgraced heir, and wandering murdering hobo. I solemnly swear, from this day until what may come, if you say that I can stand around you, romantically or not, if I can learn from you, if I can be better with you, and I will never ask you to break your vow, and I will also take a vow myself. It's not like I've got any in years, anyways.
And she just kind of stands there, not really knowing what to say.
That was probably a lot. I'm sorry. I felt like if I tried to get to know you better and get closer, that would always be weighing on your mind. I know what I've been like, and look, I know I'm horny as hell all the time, but I haven't had a friend in years. I haven't had anything like this ever. So I'm clumsy, and he doesn't back away, but he's like obviously very immediately nervous now.
She'll come over and kiss him on the cheek and just, thank you.
He kind of just like facial expression melts and looks at her and says, "You don't have to thank me ever, especially if you do that." And then he reaches over and kisses her on the forehead.
And she'll just hug him for a second. And she'll just take a deep breath and I can't. There are still some things that I need to figure out, so I would appreciate some space. Yes, I do have feelings, but I don't know if I can accept them yet.
And that's fine. At the end of the day, it's your decision. Just know that regardless of whatever we become, I'd be happy to be around you and give you space when needed.
And she'll just kind of blush and kind of still stand there kind of awkwardly.
And by the way, as he like starts to walk out of the room a little, but like timidly walking out, he seems like he doesn't want to leave, but he's taking the space thing to heart. Um, I just wanted to let you know you're Zeus too.
And she'll flirt, or she'll blush a little with that.
And as he gets to the door, he laughs a little. Does puts up a thumbs up as the door starts to shut. You just hear him say, platonically,
as you look to your left, just like once the door closes, you see just Connor kind of like standing there. And he's like, and he just holds up his high five. He's like, "Good job, my guy. Good job."
He does like the quietest, respectful high five. Sort of.
It's like, "Good, good." And then he just
I've
walks
learned-
into his room, which is Wade's room, and just continues what he's doing.
His Wade's room.
Pretty much. And that is where we're going to end tonight. I hope everyone had a great time at our nice long session. Go watch all of our previous streams if you want to know all the great details of everything going on. And
This
we'll
stream
see
had
you next
everything.
time.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching our video. Keep updated on all things Plasma Coin by joining our Discord and following us on our social media pages, linked in the description below. If you want more Plasma Coin content, subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels, and watch another video up in the corner here. Until next time, guys, we'll see you later. Bye!